pandemic adalah karena respon United Nations terhadap kejadian pandemik is around 2 years. Apa yang menjadi topik dalam hal ini adalah juga yang berakibat kepada ekonomi yang harus diperbaiki, lingkungan hidup, sama perubahan cultural exchange, terutama dalam bidang pendidikan. Ini nanti mahasiswa akan bahas. Ada juga nanti akan debate. Pak Rektor dan juga Pak Dekan, maksud diadakan seperti ini sebenarnya adalah multifungsi. Selain latihan bagi mereka di dalam conference internasional, paling tidak mendekati, adalah juga untuk menyalurkan talenta mereka yang saya kira mereka punya juga cita-cita masuk HI untuk menjadi diplomat atau menjadi profesi lain, NGO atau pemerintah atau di embassy. Jadi inilah praktek-praktek yang diadakan dalam 1 semester. Dan saya yakin di antara mahasiswanya Pak Dekan ini pasti banyak yang bisa punya talenta dalam bahasa Inggris. Inilah yang kita coba cari Pak Dekan, supaya suatu saat mereka bisa eligible untuk bisa kita tampilkan on behalf of University of Budi Luhur. Jadi saya sangat respect dengan mereka, dengan latihan-latihan yang ada, mereka sungguh-sungguh. Jadi I really appreciate the effort of our student HI Budi Luhur. Finally, Pak Rektor, inilah mahasiswa kita, semoga mereka memperoleh sesuatu dalam kuliah ini, dan juga saya kira ini perlu jadi PR-nya FISIP supaya bisa kita lebih baik dan juga lebih terkenal dengan kampus-kampus lain. Akhir kata, kalau ada yang kurang Pak Rektor, kami mohon maaf. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Budi Luhur.
Salam Budi Luhur.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ambassador Sultan Manurung. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we shall hear the opening speech and at the same time to officially open the simulation of the UN Conference on Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 Pandemic from our Chancellors of Universitas Budi Luhur, Mr. Wendy Usino, MSc, MM. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, dan salam Budi Luhur. His Excellency Mr. Ambassador Sultan Manurung, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Social Science and Bapak Dr. Faleza Munabari, Her Honorable Head of Study Program, Ibu Anggun, all of delegation of simulation of international conference in Universitas Budi Luhur. Good morning. I hope everybody in well condition, in a good condition. First, I would like to express my gratitude to all the committee, to Pak Sultan Manurung, who already prepare this program to make all of you as the student have an hands-on experience in how to be a participate in this simulation, and I hope this experience will give you knowledge and a good experience in order to face your future. Again, to Pak Sultan Manurung, I think this is a chance to all students who will be the part of UN countries, and they have to be very disciplined and pay a good respect while attending this conference, especially in the opening of the conference. In the ceremony, I saw all the participants, all of the delegation pay full respect, and they sing our anthem with very honor, and then that's a good sign of our students that they are that not only smart but also they have a Nobel or Budi Luhur. That's our mission. That our task to teach you, a student, to show you respect to our countries, also to our national anthem and our march. I hope this program, this conference or this simulation will be going well, and then all of you will have a good experience again, and then you will do it in your daily activity, especially in your future. Thank you very much again, and I'm sorry. I would like to close this opening remarks with a pantun before I open this conference officially. Buah mangga, buah kuini, sorry, in bahasa Indonesia. Dibikin rujak dengan belewa. Semoga simulasi konferensi internasional ini jadi pengalaman berharga untuk mahasiswa. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I will open this simulation with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This conference officially open. Thank you very much. I will hit the gong 3 times. That show we teach you to become a student and people with good intellectual quotient, good emotional quotient, and good spiritual quotient.
Kita foto dulu aja Pak di depan sini Pak.
Ada diatur fotonya di mana? Oke, nanti diatur fotonya.
Di sini aja ya.
Thank you, Mr. Wendy, for the incredible speech to motivate the students who are here participating in this simulation. Excellencies, before we start our main agenda, I want to invite all the guests and delegates to take a picture for our documentation of this event. To honorable guests, you may stand on this spot. And to all delegates, please stand up from your seating. The photo session will be led by the documentation team. Thank you.
tangan. Oke, semuanya. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Salam Budi Luhur. 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi. 3, 2, 1.
Excellencies, we will soon start our main agenda. Therefore, you may prepare yourself and we will back in a moment. Thank you.
Tapi lihat di audience, itu tekniknya ya. Beri senyum, jangan tegang gitu ya. Kalaupun ada kesulitan, atasi dengan baik ya. Sambutan atau country statement, country statement terutama harus disampaikan dengan baik dan orang ngerti, dan penutupnya harus ada ya. Kata-kata yang keluar adalah Your Excellency atau Excellencies gitu ya, untuk jamak ya. Jadi itu kata-kata distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. Itu aja, saya kira sebentar akan mereka memasuk. Terima kasih.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time to start our session. The conference will be led by the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Jeremy Noel, and its deputy members from now on. to Mr. Secretary General and its deputy members. You may now have the seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now I call to the floor the Secretary General of the UN to deliver his welcome remarks. Mr. Jeremy Noel, you may have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Nearly 2.5 years into the pandemic, we face a human tragedy, a public health crisis, humanitarian and development emergency. For the first time since 1945, the entire globally is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. While COVID-19 does not discriminate, our efforts to prevent and contain it are important. This pandemic has hit all of us globally, the poorest and the most vulnerable in our societies hardest. It is having a devastating impact on older people, on women and girls, on low-income communities, on the marginalized and isolated. From the beginning, many global health institutions like World Health Organization has provided actual records and clinical steering that ought to have been the idea for a coordinated worldwide response. Unfortunately, many of these recommendations were not followed, and in some situations, there was a rejection of facts and ignoring of the guidance. And when many countries go in their own directions, the virus goes in every direction and in every aspect in our society. The social and economic impact of the pandemic is enormous and growing. We thank to the hard work and dedication of scientists, health workers, and researchers from around the world, because through their dedication, vaccines are now available to everyone. But let's not fool ourselves. A vaccine cannot undo damage that will stretch across years, even decades to come. Extreme poverty is rising. The threat of hunger is our main concern. We face the biggest global recession in the last 8 decades. These intergenerational impacts are not due to COVID-19 alone. They are the result of long-term fragilities, inequalities, and injustice that have been exposed by the pandemic. It is time to strengthen multilateral cooperation. As we build a strong recovery, we must seize the opportunity for a better future for next generation. Excellencies, since the beginning of this pandemic, the United Nations has focused its priorities on helping many countries to avoid the worst impacts of the pandemic, while working for a strong recovery. We have mobilized our procurement and logistic operation to deliver medical equipment and supplies to 172 countries. A large-scale coordinated and comprehensive health response guided by the World Health Organization aims to suppress transmission of the virus, reduce mortality, and develop vaccines, diagnostic and treatments that must be available to all. The United Nations has repeatedly called for a COVID-19 vaccine to be a global public good available to everyone, everywhere. However, we still face a gap between developed and developing countries that make vaccine distribution uneven. In this moment, I thank those who have contributed their vaccine and urge all to show your strong support. Community-led action is critical. The intense collaborative work during the COVID-19 response and the vision of catalyze and accelerate collaborative, consistent, and localized support to countries and to increase scale and quality of people-centered approach. Excellencies, looking ahead, the recovery from COVID-19 must address the pre-existing conditions it has exposed and exploited, from gaps in basic service to an overheated planet. COVID-19 will not be the last pandemic. We must apply the lesson learned if we are to meet the responsibilities to our children and grandchildren. Social safety nets must work for everyone. Too often, they fail precisely when they are needed most. A new social contract between people, government, the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits and opportunities for all. It can also be the key for us to jointly ending this COVID-19 pandemic. Through this conference, we hope that with unity, economic recovery during the global pandemic can be achieved due to international solidarity. Economic recovery is also important in improving political stability as well as reducing inequality during this pandemic. Through this, we support the discussion of economic forum agendas such as the G20, which will be held in the near future. We hope that through this implementation, efforts to jointly strengthen economic recovery can be achieved. On the other hand, this pandemic has become a threat to sustainable development that has been pursued internationally. We could consider COVID-19 to be a lead lesson from an early warning. Pandemic risk is increased by environmental degradation and through the various obstacle interplay of change driver like environmental disruption, urbanization, international travel, and climate change, COVID-19 evolve and intensify. The pandemic has demonstrated the enormous capacity for change and collective action within our society in times of perceived crisis. Integrity of the environment and human health are related. To safeguard human health, a shift to a sustainable society and economy is required. In addition, the pandemic has also caused change in culture, especially related to interaction patterns in the education sector. This pandemic has encouraged students around the world to use online platforms in the field of education. Through the pandemic situation, we are required to adapt this new pattern of interaction so that life can continue run well. Excellencies, as these difficult years draws to close, let's resolve to take the tough, ambitious decisions and actions that will lead to better days ahead. In this global crisis, we must meet the expectation of those who serve with unity, solidarity, and coordinated multilateral global action. I call on all of you to take the opportunity of this special session of the General Assembly to confront the COVID-19 pandemic with the urgency it demands, to save life, and to build a better future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I shall now call to the floor the Director General of WHO to deliver his remarks. Mr. Ken Izuka, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, dear colleagues and friends, good morning to all member states, and thank you for joining us once again. The worldwide COVID-19 cases have increased nearly 30% over the past few weeks. 4 out of 6 of the WHO sub-regions saw cases increase a few weeks ago. In Europe and USA, BA4 and BA5 are driving waves. A new sublineage of Omicron called BA2.75 has also been detected, which we are following closely. Compounding the challenge are a number of factors. First one, testing has reduced dramatically in many countries. This obscures the true picture of an evolving virus and the real burden of COVID-19 disease globally. It also means that treatments are not given early enough to prevent serious illnesses and deaths. Second, new treatments, especially promising new oral antivirals, are still not reaching low and low-middle income countries, depriving whole population that need them. Third, each wave of the virus leaves more people with a post-COVID situation, often referred to as long COVID. Health systems are strained, and economies and societies are being disrupted. From those challenges we've been facing, essential steps to take will include: 1. Vaccinate and boost those at most risk. This includes the older people, people with chronic illnesses, the immunocompromised, and health workers. Many of these groups remain unprotected in too many countries. 2. Make new oral antivirals and other treatments available to all. Working with Global Fund and UNICEF, WHO has developed an allocation mechanism to support countries as antivirals become available. However, our organizations are still trying to finalize the terms and conditions for low and middle income countries. I've called on Pfizer to work closely with us and with countries to ensure its new oral antiviral is available much more quickly. I will keep you appraised of the outcome in the coming weeks. Third, is people are in places where cases are on the rise. They should use tried and tested public health measures to mitigate risk, such ventilations, masks, physical distancing, and if people are sick, to stay at home. Fourth, it is crucial to accelerate research and development into next generation vaccines, tests, and treatments. WHO is working with scientists and researchers around the world to make this happen through the many networks, working with the R&D blueprint and the solidarity trials for vaccines and therapeutics to help make clinical trials speedier and more efficient. We welcome the news about the creation of the Financial Intermediary Fund, which will focus on strengthening pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response capacities, with a focus on low and middle income countries. WHO and the World Bank will co-lead the fund. Meanwhile, the intergovernmental negotiation body continues its work in the new Accord for Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness and Response. We hope all member states engage in this process. We don't know what the next variant will be like. That is why we need to develop the next generation of countermeasure quickly. And also, without your opinions and help, our world will never be better from this pandemic situation. Finally, G20 is around the corner. We are hoping for creating more solutions to our economic situation as well. We are so grateful for your engagement with this conference today, and we look forward to hearing your outputs, questions, and guidances. Shall we make the Earth healthy again? Director General of the World Health Organization, Kenny Zukat, thank all of the delegates.
Thank you, Mr. Director General. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the next agenda, we will have a short coffee break. You may enjoy your coffee and we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Rit, gue langsung buka notes lo. Gue langsung buka notnya.
Kata dulu. Ini aku maem. Harus maem. Bener dong, gak pakai. Kita
Siapa ya?
iya, kopi kok teh.
Iya kan. Kopi kotek. Sorry, bakar.
Iya, seharusnya table manner. Lagunya aku yang nyari.
Buat makan ya? Buat makan.
Tidur ya. Jeremy pelan banget.
Mungkin. Lagi.
Hah? Apa? Nilainya buat komputer. Wow, ambil dewek. Oh, ini nggak bayar. Terus lah, udah bayar buat bis masa bayar dulu bensin. Hidup tuh harus pintar. Ya kak, cuy.
Sip.
Ya kan? Table manner. Naik bis. Udah bayar.
Excellencies, you may enter the lounge room and we will soon start our next session in 3 minutes.
Pak, tolong pak. Oh, bener.
Liatin dulu gak sih?
Maaf guys. Kamu ganteng tapi sayang bukan pacaran. Kalau udah 25. Hei, maaf mas.
Once again, Excellencies, you may enter the lounge room and we will soon start our next session. Delegates, you may take your seats, and cell phones and gadgets are expected to be silenced or turned into the not disturb mode.
Jam berapa? Jam berapa?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin the next session with the topic of Chairman Election, led by the Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sebastio. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, according to the rule of United Nations number 12/11/9/52, the United Nations General Assembly shall elect the chairman, vice chair, and staff member of the United Nations as a meeting member. Under Secretary General for General Assembly, it is our duty to make this conference success. This is because the conference has an important agenda in efforts to control this pandemic. Through this conference, we hope that multilaterally we can jointly encourage comprehensive action in promoting recovery from this pandemic. In accordance with the theme of the current conference, the chairman is expected to lead the session so that he or she can help the delegation formulate a joint resolution in encouraging comprehensive action against the COVID-19 pandemic. This is important in the light of the need for priority globally, which we discussed today. Considering this, it is necessary for the chairman and all his or her staff who have experience in encouraging cooperation during this pandemic and handling it quite well. In our observation, during this COVID-19 pandemic, there are several countries involved and commit to combat this virus transmission and to contribute an idea by research on root cause of virus, medicine, and medical equipment in order to help people all over the world through international cooperation, which we recognize are Indonesia, the United States, and China. Based on observation, the three countries have encouraged many efforts to strengthen cooperation comprehensively on a global basis. Through this conference, the three countries are expected to be able to lead the session so that we can formulate together with all delegates in formulating policies that can be mutually agreed upon in this session. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that Indonesia had a good ability to handle the current pandemic. Indonesia was also able to maintain economic stability in the midst of global recession and even experience significant economic growth. In addition, China and the United States also have a role in encouraging multilateral cooperation through vaccine diplomacy efforts carried out by the two countries. If the conference is approved, delegation will nominate 3 representatives of the state who will become chairman of the trial, namely Indonesia, United States, and China. The way the election reached by a consensus, and if not, we take as a voting consensus. Based on that explanation, I hope all of you agree to elect Indonesia to be the chairman of this conference, China as a vice chair, and the United States as the member of chair. Do all of you agree? Thank you so much. So it's decided. Now I invite the new chairman, vice chairman, and staff members to come forward and led the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy Noel. Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabastio. Your Excellency, Director General of the World Health Organization, Mr. Kane Izuka. Honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to deliver my gratitude to Mr. Jeremy Noel and the UN for inviting Indonesia to participate in this year's General Assembly. I also feel honored to be able to stand here alongside the Director General of the WHO, Mr. Kane Izuka. And last but not least, I want to thank you all, the delegates that have chosen me to be the chairperson for today's meeting. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in today's General Assembly, we all stand here to discuss the issue of COVID-19 pandemic with the main topic of comprehensive response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic served as a wake-up call to strengthen our efforts on addressing economic recovery in order to prevent future crises. Relevant to the topic that we will be discussing today, I believe that the role of G20 is very important to signal that all countries are committed to promote an economic recovery post the pandemic. On behalf of the G20 summit that will be held at the end of the year with the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger, in hopes that all countries can support the mission and goals of the sustainability of the event. With that said, I hope that we all can share our ideas about the topic, express our concern, and deliver the best solution as we discuss. For that, now I shall open to order the UN General Assembly. Oopsie. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish for you to look at the piece of paper that are lying in your table. The title of the paper is Agenda of the Meeting for today's Assembly. We will begin the agenda of adoption of the meeting, continued with the first agenda, where each country will give their country statement to Plenary 1 and 2. Following along is general debate, also other matters, and ended with the delivery of the final report of today's meeting by the chairman. In that case, if any of you had any comments, additions, or revision that you want to deliver, you may now raise your placard. I see delegation of Indonesia. Do you have any revision, comments, or report that you want to deliver? Please. I see that it's not about the main topic that we're discussing today. And so I will continue that I see no delegation that comments on this adoption of the meeting. Now we will continue to the next agenda. Excellencies, now we move to the first agenda, Plenary Session 1. Delegates will deliver their country statement about the topic of comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic. Delegates who wants to deliver their statement, raise your placard. I see delegation of Vatican. You may have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabasteo, Director General of the WHO, Mr. Kane Izuka, Chairwoman of the United Nations Conference, Ms. Dival Yamarani, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Vatican City State, let me begin by offering my thanks to Indonesia. Such an honor to be invited here in the United Nations General Assembly with the topic of United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic. Here to discuss about the United Nations attempt on a comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic in various aspects including economic recovery, sustainable development, and humanitarian. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of this epidemic, the role of the Vatican City State in international world is to invite all religious people to pray together for a whole month so that COVID-19 outbreak ends quickly at the suggestion of the High Commune of Human Fraternity for the safety of mankind during the COVID-19 outbreak. Vatican City State, in facing this pandemic, also urges all citizens of the Vatican to be injected COVID-19 vaccine. The coronavirus pandemic in the Vatican City State was first announced by the Holy See on March 5, 2020. During the pandemic, Vatican City State is very confused on dealing with the humanitarian field. Vatican City State urges that the COVID vaccine be given evenly to all mankind. We think the most vulnerable and initial come first. We also urge equal distribution of health assistance to countries experiencing conflict and humanitarian crisis. We also urge equal distribution of healthcare vaccine for a poor and peaceful dialogue to defuse conflict. We invite global unity and assistance to countries experiencing conflict and humanitarian crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic has attacked all aspects of the country. Now is the time for us to improve the economy and sustainable development. We ask the leader of government, business, international organization to encourage cooperation over competition. We believe that drastic reduction in pollution during COVID-19 worldwide should lead to greater concern for the environment when restrictions are lifted. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, finally, through the traditional RB at RB activity, which means to the city and to the world, we as a religious country pray to reach an agreement in the field of climate change, increase aid for refugees, and the end of various conflict and access COVID-19 vaccine. We also pray for world peace and good economic growth. We are all here to show solidarity and feel obligated to help those in need and find solutions for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Vatican. Again, delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General Jeremy Noel Sabesteo, Mr. Director General of the WHO Kane Izuka, Madam Chairwoman Diva Alia Maharani, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's an incredible honor to be invited to an occasion with such significance for 2 days. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. The COVID-19 pandemic is something that we never thought would come and shake all sectors of our country. It has been 2 years that we have side by side with COVID-19. Indonesia has experienced a decline in the world of economy and health, and I think that is a problem for all of us in the era of COVID-19. In Indonesia, from 3rd January 2020 until 7 July 2022, there have been 6 million people has confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 100,000 people has passed away reported to WHO. With a high number of cases, the Indonesian government immediately took a quick action to overcome the spread of COVID-19 virus. We have implemented activity restriction to reduce direct interaction with the community or people by people. In addition, on behalf of the entire government and in the name of people Indonesia, would like to thank you to our partner countries such as China, United Kingdom, United States of America, Japan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Australia, and other countries that have collaborated with the Republic of Indonesia, which has provided assistance and donors in the form of medical devices, vaccines, health workers, and other facilities to help restore health and the Indonesian economy. Furthermore, Indonesian government has made various efforts to develop the economy. Indonesia is also very honored and proud of our country being chosen as chairman and host of the G20. In this forum, we have shared commitment to strengthen global cooperation, recovery economy, and build mutual trust between countries, which will become an enabling environment for world stability, peace, and development. More than 2,000 Indonesian personnel are serving in 8 UN peacekeeping missions. Indonesia is a contributor to the UN peacekeeping. Indonesia is also active in the formulation of norms and governance of the UN peace missions. Excellencies, we have put all our efforts to revive all existing, and let me to invite all countries present today to participate in G20. For strengthened brotherhood and cooperate for the creation of joint economy recovery. Moreover, in the name of Republic of Indonesia, open the door to global cooperation as widely as possible to create economic recovery and close relation between countries. Let's make closer ties of brotherhood to create a strong economy, warm nation, and friendly country. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of the Republic of Indonesia. Now, once again, I call for all the delegates who want to deliver their statement to raise their placard. I see the delegation of Principate of Monaco. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Excellencies, Mr. Chairman, Minister, and ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to be here today representing the Kingdom of Monaco in the participation of the United Nations Conference on Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 Pandemic. On the behalf of the Monaco government, we would like to express our utmost gratitude for all excellencies for all countries who are also part of this event. In the first wave of the pandemic, a special healthcare protocol was introduction to avoid overburdening hospitals in Monaco. Only patients with severe COVID-19 symptoms have been admitted to Prince Grace Hospital. Excellencies, in addition to these emergency measures, plans to help the Monaco economic recovery have been put in place. With a budget of 75 million euro, this recovery plan has four strands. The Nation Green Fund, designed to accelerate the energy transition; the Blue Fund, which is designed to support Monaco companies in their digital transformation and minimize the rise of occurring such as face mask, volunteerism, testing, and protection of the elderly during the pandemic and create a digital economy in Monaco. Finally, the Red and the White Fund designed to support local merchant and purchasing power in the kingdom. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the delegation of Principate de Monaco. Now, once again, who wants to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of the Republic of India. The floor is yours.
Secretary General, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Madam Chairman, distinguished delegates, Namaskar friends. It is an honor to discuss this United Nations Conference of Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, on behalf of the Republic of India, I pay my tribute to all those who lost their lives in this terrible pandemic and extend my condolences to the families. Your Excellency, today, every sixth person in the world is an Indian. When Indians progress, the development of the world also gets a boost. I would like to inform you that India has developed the world's first DNA-based vaccine, which can be administered to everyone over the age of 12. Other mRNA vaccines are in the final stages of development. We are also involved in the development of a nasal vaccine for coronavirus. Realizing its responsibility towards humanity, India has once again started distributing vaccine to the people of the world in need. Fellow delegates, When India grows, the world grows. When India reforms, the world transforms. In the changing circumstances of the post-pandemic era, we are moving forward with the vision of an independent India, which will also be a power multiplier for the global economy. In the last 7 years, more than 430 million people in India have been connected to the banking system, which so far has not. Currently, more than 360 million people who did not expect that they have also received insurance coverage. By providing free treatment to more than 50 crore people, India have connected them to quality healthcare services. India has met 30 million people puka homes. Homeless families are now homeowners. Your Excellency, when the right work is not done at the right time, time itself destroys the success of the work. If the United Nations is to keep itself relevant, it must increase its effectiveness and reliability. This message is as relevant to the United Nations in today's context as it is to any responsible country. I am sure that we will strive to promote peace and harmony in the world, making the world healthy, safe, and prosperous. With these best wishes, thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, the delegation of Republic of India. I see the delegation of Japan. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for me to discuss this United Nations Conference of Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, I pay my tribute to all those who have lost their lives in this terrible pandemic and extend my condolences to their families. Mr. President, Excellencies, the novel coronavirus disease has pulled us into an unprecedented crisis, which in turn has brought the international community back to cooperation from its tendencies towards divisions and isolations. For the last 75 years, multilateralism has become stronger and made progress in the face of multiple challenges. I call on all of you to unite in solidarity so we can turn the current crisis into an opportunity to reinforce our cooperation. Mr. President, in our fight against the virus, Japan has been doing its utmost for the health and safety of the people of Japan and around the world. Harnessing the wisdom of public and private sector alike, now we are at the stage of revitalizing socio-economic activities while maintaining measures for preventing the spread of infections. Let me share my thoughts with you based on Japan's experience. The spread of the coronavirus is a human security crisis posing a threat to the livelihoods and dignity of people across the globe. The guiding principle for us to overcome this crisis must be leave no one behind. The concept of human security, which focuses on individual, has been debated for many years at this very forum of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President, as we face the current crisis and guided by the principle of human security, I think it is essential to set the goal of leaving no one's health behind. As we work towards achieving universal health coverage, I expect this to be our third goal. On that basis, Japan will proactively lead international effort with a focus on the following three perspectives in collaboration with other countries. First, we need to safeguard lives from the novel coronavirus disease. Second, we must prepare ourselves for future health crises. Third, we will take measures to ensure health security in an even broader context. Mr. President, looking forward, we need to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic and create a flexible yet resilient society where the SDGs have been achieved and virtuous cycle, environmental and growth is generated. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all friendly countries. I sincerely hope that we will continue to receive such support in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your incredible statement. Once again, who wants to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The floor is yours.
As one of the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's my pleasure to attend the meeting of United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19. Very much appreciate this opportunity to be here and be able to contribute to this meeting. Saudi Arabia adopted the World Health Organization guidelines on the response to COVID-19, which are based on 9 pillars of public health preparedness and response. Saudi Arabia prepare public and private institutions to deal with the pandemic. Saudi authorities established a governance system comprised of responsible communities to continuously monitor national and international update, trace contact, screen the population, raise awareness, and take proper action to contain the spread of this disease. Regression on social movement, social and religious gathering, travel, and business were imposed ahead of the 100 confirmed COVID-19 cases. The country maintained all basic health services and immunization programs and supported all proposals for COVID-19 drugs and vaccines. The country is working to develop its capacity to produce this product and achieve self-sufficiency. After registering a stronger than expected recovery in 2021, the Saudi Arabian economy is on an accelerated path to growth in 2022, driven by higher oil price and non-oil activities as oil production strengthens and pandemic pressure fed. Any new COVID-19 variants trigger global financial condition and volatile oil price are cataracts. As of February 2021, the vaccine supply increased rapidly, allowing the vaccination to be expanded to additional critical population and to general public. The pandemic is a crisis with deeply human impact. COVID-19 is affecting women and children who already experience poverty, exclusion, and marginalization more accurately and are disproportionately impacted during armed conflict. For the reason we must focus on the protection of the most vulnerable to ensure that civilians do not face COVID challenge due to COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Once again, delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel, Your Excellency, Director General of WHO, Mr. Kenny Zuka, Your Excellency, Madam Chairwoman, Ms. Diva Alia, Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, it is such an honor to be here to address the comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to take this opportunity to convey to all of you that the COVID-19 pandemic has illustrated the oneness of humanity. In our interconnected world, no one is safe unless everyone is safe. The world is facing triple challenge of COVID-19, the accompanying economic crisis, humanitarian and cooperation of health services. Our first case was diagnosed on February 26, 2020. Locking down to control the pandemic has triggered the worst recession since the Great Depression in the last century. This has hit the poorest country the hardest as well as the poor in all the countries. In Pakistan, we realized very early on that if we impose a strict lockdown, the type that several affluent countries had imposed, we will have more people dying of hunger than the virus. Therefore, we adopted a policy of smart lockdown. While concentrating on the virus hotspot, we opened up our agricultural sector immediately and then followed it up with the construction sector, which employed most of the people. At the same time, and this is despite financial constraints, my government deployed an unprecedented $18 billion for our health services plus support the poorest and most vulnerable household with direct cash payments through ESAID program and subsidies to small business. Even though our smart lockdown was heavily criticized in the beginning, but thanks to our grace, we have not only managed to control the virus, stabilize our economy, but most importantly, we have been able to protect the poorest segment of the society from the worst fallout of the lockdown. Today, Pakistan's response is cited among the success stories in controlling and responding to the pandemic. Our calibrated strategy of smart lockdown helps health lives and livelihoods and keep the economic afloat. Over 15 billion families survived through our social protection program of HISAs. However, we are still not out of the woods like no country is out of the woods today. This is a situation where everyone has a responsibility toward the community and must take steps to minimize the risks of further disease spread. Pakistan has shown tremendous potential in public health, and different government and non-government organizations can collaborate to address the challenges through the engagement of society and the community along with the new policies. In conclusion, we are all in this together. My hope is that we will emerge from COVID-19 stronger and more united than before. There is no better place than this special session of the General Assembly to forge a positive consensus in order to build a better future. We are living in unprecedented time, and we have responded admirably so far. But we must continue to be proactive, relentless, resilient, and willing to share our ideas and researches as members. We look therefore to the future with hope and with great expectation. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Once again, who wants to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Federal Republic of Germany. The floor is yours.
Her Majesty, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabasteo, Director General of the WHO, Mr. Ken Izuka, Chairwoman of the United Nations General Assembly, Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Such an honor it is for me to be invited in the United Nations General Assembly discussing about the United Nations comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic today. The pandemic that has hit the world for the last 2 years has given some impacts on health, and the resulting humanitarian and socio-economic consequences now affect all areas of life. The first case of COVID-19 was confirmed in Germany. Throughout has reached 28 million. Germany has a great focus and progress in the economic sector and in science and technology. As one of the countries with the most established public health insurance system in the world, Germany already has a national pandemic plan document that contains actual responsibilities both at national and state levels. Ladies and gentlemen, as an early anticipation measure for the pandemic, the German government provides transparent and accurate information about the COVID-19 pandemic, including the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 and how to prevent disease transmission. The government is actively tracking individuals who are directly related to positive COVID-19 patients on a massive scale of up to 500,000 people per week. And basically, the German health system is already very strong, which has the highest number of intensive care rooms in Europe, up to 30,000 of them being provided with ventilators during the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, confronting the unprecedented worldwide challenge posed by the COVID-19 pandemic requires a joint effort by the multilateral system. Germany is therefore actively engaged in various multilateral responses. As a member of the European Union, Germany having focused initially on humanitarian support and stockpiling. In reaction to the UN COVID-19 Global Humanitarian Response Plan, Germany has mobilized approximately $530 million in additional humanitarian funding and 500 million euro to the WHO for core contribution, voluntary contribution, and Corona funds, plus contributions in kind. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Germany is facing major challenges around the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It has brought home to us how interconnected and interdependent we are in the globalized world. International cooperation and coordination are the key to an effective global response to COVID-19 as well to the economic upheaval that is already becoming evident. And the main idea was that on a global scale, communities that are barely able to protect themselves from the virus or from the consequences of the pandemic require special support. Experience has shown that early response in humanitarian emergencies is a key factor for minimizing the effect, keeping them from becoming sustained challenges, and preventing potential long-term consequences. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegation of Federal Republic of Germany. Once again, delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Republic of Cuba. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency Mr. Jeremy Noel Sebastio as the Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellency Mr. Ken Izuka as the Director General of the World Health Organization. Your Excellency Ms. Diva Alia Maharani as the Chairwoman of the meeting. Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Buen dias. I'm honored to deliver a statement at the United Nations Conference as a representative of the Cuban delegation. I would like to thank and feel honored to give a speech or give a statement at the UN conference session. We need to work together to get tangible results at this conference that will benefit our stakeholders, and we need to provide some clear input at the end of the conference on the recovery of COVID in 2021 and beyond. The total number of recovered cases of COVID-19 infection in Cuba, 94.5% so far. We inject 3 of the 5 homemade COVID-19 vaccine, namely the Abdala vaccine, Soberana O2, and Soberana Plus. We have tried to be an independent country in meeting the needs of the COVID-19 vaccine. These vaccines are the first vaccine in our country since we refuse to import vaccine. As Italy dealt toll jump past 6,000, Cuba had sent a medical brigade to fight COVID-19. Cuba has also deployed doctors to Venezuela, Nicaragua, Jamaica, Suriname, and Grenada. The arrival of the medical brigade from Cuba to Italy is to boost to long-lasting commitment to humanitarian solidarity with other countries. To boost the economy due to COVID, our country is allowing the opening of restaurants, shopping malls, and beaches starting in 2021. In provinces that have decreased coronavirus cases, even Cuba battles some of the highest national per capita infection rates worldwide. In the past year, our government has selected 533 businesses in the capital, including 315 restaurants and food stalls are allowed to dine in. We guarantee comprehensive and integrated health care to the population and have prioritized the handling of health emergency caused by COVID-19 through the Ministry of Public Health. National Action Protocol 1.6, which covers mental health care, is designed, implemented, and systematically updated according to the stage and evaluation of the pandemic. Protecting and caring for children not only from the damage to their health caused by COVID-19, but also from the emotional effects the pandemic can have on them, is also a persistent challenge. The Cuban Training Institute, together with the Center of Neuroscience Research and Center of Demographic Studies, developed a series of tools with various types of supporting materials to assist educators in dealing with the confinement condition. In the case recovery from COVID-19, we provide technical support and open ongoing exchange of information and experience between countries in the region. Gracias.
Thank you, the delegation of Republic of Cuba. Once again, delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Repubblica Italiana. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel, Director General of World Health Organization, Mr. Ken Izuka, Chairperson Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the Minister of Foreign Italy, let me begin by expressing my utmost gratitude for being able to attend the meeting of United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19. We are very pleased to be here and be able to contribute to this meeting. The world after the pandemic became more disorganized and less stable. The world economy has taken a very serious hit, poverty is rising, and recovery has a long way to go. As you know, our country was the first Western country to be hit by a pandemic after this virus first appeared in Wuhan, China in December 2019. The virus was first confirmed to have spread to Italy on 31st January 2020, when two Chinese tourists in Rome tested positive the virus. Immediately, we have stopped the COVID-19 emergency situation and completely ended the COVID-19 health protocol regulation on March 31st, 2022. Our country, as a part of the European Union, is also undertaking economic recovery initiative, one of which is a stimulus program for business entities. This initiative is possible because of the financial assistance from the European Union, 31.9 billion euros. This financial assistance is a manifestation of support for European Union countries that are experiencing pressure due to COVID-19. As is well known, companies in our country have experienced a significant decline in revenue due to COVID-19. Our country's Ministry of Health reported that the launch of the vaccine was carried out for the first time in our country on December 27, 2020. There were a number of obstacles during the launch of the COVID-19 vaccinations, including a 4-day delay during the distribution of vaccine from AstraZeneca. Vaccine products approved for distribution in our country include AstraZeneca, BioNTech, Pfizer, and Moderna, each of which requires 2 doses. And finally, we as human beings have to always join hands, strengthen each other, and also deal with this problem together. We all hope that this meeting will produce new policies, new hopes, and new solutions for us in overcoming this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Repubblica Italiana. I see the delegation of United Arab Emirates. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabasteo, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Mr. Ken Izuka, Madam Chairwoman, Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of my government, I would like to express my utmost gratitude for being able to attend this UN conference on comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic on behalf of the United Arab Emirates. We are delighted to have the opportunity to be here today and contribute to this very important assembly in respect to discuss COVID-19 pandemic, as we are a country who's been playing a huge part in the fierce battle against the pandemic these past years. COVID-19 has been a great setback to many countries throughout the world, a defining global crisis in our time since World War II. Ever since its emergence in Asia on the late 2019, the virus has left no country untouched. This disease has no border, doesn't care about our political differences, and it has exploited the inequalities of our health system and the schism in our societies. It has exposed existing inequities, widening and deepening the crack between us. The UAE response to the pandemic, both domestically and internationally, has been guided by its founding principle that we are stronger united than we are apart. During 2020, in the first phase of response to the pandemic, The UAE has airlifted critical medical supplies to over 128 countries under bilateral partnerships, as well as provided plan for the United Nations air bridge operation and testing kits and personal protective equipment for the World Health Organization. At home, the UAE has guaranteed free testing and treatment for all, including citizens, residents, and visitors without discrimination, with a focus on customized service for the elderly, person with disabilities, and migrant workers. The UAE has provided more than 1,742 tons of aid to 128 countries to assist 1.7 million medical workers in the COVID-19 response. The UAE has also converted some of its state-owned companies' overseas assets into treatment and quarantine centers at the service of the local government. The UAE has also worked closely with the United Nations on the multilateral relief efforts. In short, the UAE will continue to be a leading first responder to global crisis, especially now with COVID-19, where citizens, government, the whole nation, and the whole world works together hand in hand to get through this tough situation. As a representative of the United Arab Emirates, we greatly appreciate this opportunity for our nation to converse with fellow countries, and once again we express our most sincere and utmost gratitude for this opportunity, as well as regards for all who are involved in this century. Shukran, thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of United Arab Emirates. I see the delegation of the Federative Republic of Brazil. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Madam Chairman, Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is an honor and pleasure for me to attend the UN conference on behalf of the government of the Federative Republic of Brazil in discussing ways to respond to the common challenges of the post-COVID-19 pandemic that has hit all countries in the world. Then we are faced with various other issues, such as the humanitarian and environmental crisis due to many current conflicts that are increasingly endangering our security and comfort. The COVID-19 pandemic has ravaged the economic of all countries, especially Brazil, where our economy has been in a fairly difficult phase in recent years. When COVID-19 hit us, however, this does not become a barrier for us to fight this virus. Our government in the both steps faced for economic measures that prevented a bigger evil. Those policies include providing 65 million Brazilians with emergency relief, totaling approximately $1,000 per person. The government also allocated more than $100 million for health-related action and to help small businesses. Brazil is also dedicated $400 million toward COVID-19 vaccine research, development, production, and among other reasons. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this forum is here as one of our common solutions in achieving a stronger and more sustainable recovery. There are two things that I would like to convey in this forum, which are tangible form of support from the Brazilian Federative Republic in responding to this problem, as follows. First, we have to establish a multilateral consensus. In facing real global challenges such as a pandemic, global economic, and other international issues, multilateral consensus is one of the most appropriate formulation. This that must be carried out extraordinary way, especially through a stronger world collaboration and continuous innovation. Second, all parties must focus on real action in accordance with the main objective regarding the issues of global health architecture, economic and digital transformation. This thing will become real if we act in real terms. Therefore, all parties need to honor the commitment that have been made, set realistic target and vision, and do their best according to national conditions to deliver measures such as global funding, global health resilience, global resilience, a global economy, and advanced digital technology. Third, we need to accelerate the transition to a green economy. It is very important to advantage of innovation in science and technology to help transform and improve the energy sector and resources such as industrial structure, consumption patterns, promote a greener and environmental friendly economic and society. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Federative Republic of Brazil will continue to prioritize our financial partnership in developing health and green economic development as a commitment to implementing the global health architecture, economic and digital transformation in accordance with the vision of all us. We hope that all parties will take a formulated stronger action to jointly address the challenges of the economic, global health, and other issues to protect our planet that is home to all of us. Obrigado, God bless you all.
Thank you, the delegation of Federative Republic of Brazil, for the incredible statement. I see the delegation of the United States of America. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, Secretary General Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabasteo, Your Excellencies, Director General of the WHO, Mr. Kane Izuka, Your Excellencies, Madam Chairwoman Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank Indonesia for being willing to lead the meeting today. It is such an honor for me to be in this UN Conference of Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic as the representative of the United States of America. 2.5 years since the World Health Organization declared COVID as a pandemic, the virus continues to overpower and outmaneuver us. More than 600,000 of our fellow Americans and nearly 4 million people globally have died due to COVID-19. The devastating impact of the pandemic has been felt at home and abroad, triggering health and economic crisis. Globally, we are witnessing the first wide-scale increase in extreme poverty in more than 20 years, the loss of decades of development progress, increases in gender-based violence, rising food insecurity, and increased unemployment, particularly among young people and women. The risk of emergence dangerous variants where the COVID-19 transmission remains high poses a risk to us all. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States takes this pandemic seriously. Our commitment to work with global vaccine manufacturers to expand global and regional manufacturing for mRNA, viral vector, and protein subunit COVID-19 vaccines, and our pledge to enhance transparency for the data and on production and projection for those manufacturing. We are also ramping up our efforts to get more shots of vaccines to reduce morbidity and mortality from the virus, to expand access to oxygen, testing, and more. These and other commitments build on ambitious steps that we have taken to date, including pledging billions to support Gavi and the Global Fund, providing hundreds of millions in aid to countries and communities through USAID and the CDC. Simply put, but we will use every tool we have to stop the spread of the virus. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to have the sustained engagement, continuing to hold ourselves accountable for real progress. If we work together with the unity and urgency required at this moment, we can end the pandemic. I'm convinced we can do this in a small part because of the extraordinary people around the world who are working at this every single day, caring for the sick and their families, working to beat back this deadly virus. Let's bring the urgency, let's bring the rigor required to end the crisis and also prevent the next one. That really is our mission. It's one we are all in this together, and I'm grateful to everyone for participating on this day.
Thank you, the delegation of the United States of America, for the incredible statement. I see the delegation of Republic of Iraq. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Madam Chairman, Honorable Minister, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me as a representative from Iraq would like to thank you and feel honored for the invitation to the meeting held today. The topic of this at this meeting, as we know, is COVID-19 that involve a lot of affect countries. Of course, with the same challenge as other countries, we hope that we can establish cooperation in overcome this impact of pandemic. Your Excellencies, after more than 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic, there are still no sign of the end of this pandemic. In our country, we have a record more than 2 million total cases and have caused more than 25,000 people has passed away due to this pandemic. Of course, this number is not small and keep increasing, especially with the vulnerability of the region in the Middle East where our country located, making the situation even more difficult to overcome. The pandemic itself is very impactful in almost all fields within the country, such as the economy, politics, and others. In this meeting, we believe that this problem can be resolved and discussed for benefit and safety of mankind. Fellow delegates, until today, the world is facing the COVID-19 pandemic, to which countries all over the world are stepping up their response to control the spread of infection and to strengthen prevention and healthcare program, including our country. Therefore, we ourselves are very grateful for this meeting, where we hope for the best and satisfying result for all of us and for the earth we live in. Once again, we are very grateful and thank you for all who attend this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegation Republic of Iraq. Next, I would like to call to the floor Democratic Republics of Korea or North Korea. The floor is yours.
Your Honor, Mr. Jeremy Noel as Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Honors, Mr. Ken Izuka as Director General of the World Health Organization. Your Excellency, Mrs. Divalia Maharani as a Chair of the meeting and other Minister and Delegate. Ladies and gentlemen, as a representative of the North Korea delegation, I would like to thank you and feel honored to deliver a greeting or make a statement at the session of the United Nations Conference. I hope that this conference will be an important opportunity for all members of the United Nations in the face of unprecedented challenge and crisis to share useful experience with each other in overcoming adversity, evaluating recovery and response regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, and opening up a new future through hope. First of all, I would like to tell you about the effort of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea for anti-epidemic and socio-economic work to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. The state of North Korea is very unfavorable due to external factors compared to other countries. However, North Korea has never been downside or captivated by its surroundings. It is advancing vigorously along the path of the development and has become its goal, based on the most stable and solid political environment in the world, overcoming by developing on its own all kinds of disturbing factors and challenges that lie ahead. North Korea has been in the first battle against an unprecedented COVID-19 wave since declaring a state of emergency and initiated a national lockdown in May 2022. We must strengthen effort to control and isolate each and every infected person without exception, so as to completely eliminate the space where infectious disease can spread. The epidemic is now stabilized and declining precipitously from day to day. Economic activity continues to prosper despite the outbreak of North Korea's first COVID-19. Production in key industrial sectors stay operating normally. A proud and valuable success has been achieved thanks to the continuous effort made by the North Korea government for socio-economic development and improving people living standards during the COVID-19 pandemic. Currently, is the core of policy of North Korea, a government to address the global health crisis and to provide people with more stable and better living conditions while increasing agricultural production in a stable manner. Considering it a vital matter to adequately quarantine the spread of COVID-19, North Korea government is taking comprehensive anti-epidemic measures, awakening everyone empathy and ensuring unity of action. North Korea delegation believes that in recovering from COVID-19, it is important for each country to take anti-epidemic measures suitable to its specific condition, with a high sense of responsibility for the life and safety of its own people. In the face of the global pandemic still spreading, with a protracted nature, we will reliably safeguard the life and safety of the people and the well-being of the country by reinforcing the existing anti-epidemic measures with more improved and safer ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much to delegation of North Korea. I see the delegation of the Republic of Singapore. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabasteo, Your Excellencies, the Director General of the WHO, Mr. Ken Izuka, Your Excellencies, Madam Chairman, Mrs. Divalia Maharani, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by extending my delegation appreciations towards this conference for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of the people of the Republic of Singapore. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the access for every citizen around the world to get their needs. Singapore regards this matter as imperative to overcome this immediately, and this difficult time has put the international cooperation before becoming more important as ever. For a long time, Singapore, known as a small country in the Southeast Asian continent, and we are also part of ASEAN, and we are proudly part of the WHO. For Singapore, this COVID-19 issues has even touched the very heart of our people. From the 3rd January 2020 to the 1st July 2022, there have been 1 billion confirmed cases of COVID-19 with 1,400 deaths. In order to prevent things to get worse, we passed limiting social interaction to cut COVID-19 disease and get 14 billion people vaccinated. As the result of the limiting social scale policy, our GDP is contracted to the 41.2% in the quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our difficulties, our people healthiness and prosperity will always be our priority. Pandemic COVID-19 is a tough situation, but we believe that we are stronger than our problem. Lockdown and restricted international flight and distribution of vaccine have helped many in containing the spread of the virus. Even though difficulties are there, we still made improvement in getting equal access to information, education, healthcare, health insurance, social protection, food, and the fulfillment of other human rights. Also regarding this matter, it is already written in Singapore Constitution to always protect our people, inform and prioritize them equally during the COVID-19 pandemic by advancing our medical devices. As Singapore helping our people and protecting them, we are also sending humanitarian aids to the neighbor country as the realization of keeping a good relation and the importance of stability in our region. Singapore is looking forward to a more efficient program to promote, ensure, and enhance the access of education, water, sanitation, healthcare, and mass communication, especially to robust the effort to protect Singaporean people and also other citizens in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Republic of Singapore. I see the delegation of French Republic. The floor is yours.
Your Honor, Secretary General Jeremy Noel Sabasteo, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Ken Izuka, Madam Chairwoman Divalia Maharani, Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates and excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs of French State, allow me to express my condolences for the current situation. As we know, almost all countries in the world are struggling with the plague. And we are standing here feeling the same way about what's going on because of the situation. We are in a very precarious situation where the existence of COVID-19 has been recorded as a global pandemic or disease outbreak. In 2020, we decided to enter an unprecedented period of lockdown in peacetime in a bid to fight COVID-19. And the French government decided to limit accommodation to and from our country. France has suspended its travel policy in which public transport will not be closed, as this would be hinder medical professionals from treating patients. The implementation is intended to reduce the intensity of the increasing transmission of COVID-19, which increased in March 22, 2020. There were 1,745 cases recorded, and on March 23, 2020, cases increased to 3,947. The administration will now discuss further steps related to pandemic strategies amid growing fears of the effects of the surging Omicron spread. Some rules in the regions have been tightened again. Many of them are implementing mandatory mask rules. In addition, we are also accelerating the vaccination process, and many rich countries that are overcoming this pandemic are trying to vaccinate, regulating their countries to fight the virus and new mutations of this virus. Our administration has joined AKHIR to distribute vaccines to low-income countries. Saying otherwise, it will give an opportunity for more variants to develop, and in the coming months, it will have an impact on developed countries. In particular, we are also encourage pharmaceutical companies to transfer technologies that can make developing countries produce their own medicines and vaccines, which will help increase global production and reduce costs for poor countries. In the economic sector, due to the full lockdown in April, the economic activity of the France reached a very low level. The use of industrial capacity, for example, fell from 77% to 56%. This means fewer and fewer factories are closed and production is restarting immediately. Finally, we as humans must strengthen each other and help each other to rise and fight to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the delegation of French Republic. I see the delegation of Federal Republic of Nigeria. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Jeremy Noel as the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ken Izuka as the Director General of the World Health Organization, Madam Chairman of the Delegation Meeting, Mrs. Divalia Maharani, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As representative of the Federal Republic of Nigeria delegation, I would like to thank and feel honored to give a statement at the session of the United Nations Conference on Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 Pandemic. On February 27, 2020, the Federal Ministry of Health confirmed the first COVID-19 case in Ogun State, Nigeria, making the country the third country in Africa to recognize a COVID-19 case after Egypt and Algeria. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control published a notification for a new virus on its website on January 7, 2020. Subsequently, on January 26, 2020, the NCDC established a multi-sectoral national coronavirus preparedness group to ensure cohesive and effective coordination of the country preparedness effort. Nigeria mounts a swift and aggressive response to COVID-19, leveraging its existing epidemic preparedness and learning from the other parts of the globe where transmission began earlier. The country's initial response included the early activation of the national AOC at the NCDC, the establishment of the multi-sectoral COVID-19, and decisive action to stop international travel and impose a time-limited lockdown in highly affected areas. A rapid, holistic, comprehensive, whole-of-government approach that encompasses civil society and local communities in their response will be critical to combating the COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria and rebuilding stronger health system towards adjusting to a new normal. Before the pandemic, nearly half of Nigeria's 200 million people live on less than $1.90 a day. The Nigerian economy is still recovering from the recession caused by the fall in oil price in a recent period. The budget spending, $34.6 billion for 2020, should reduce by around $4.9 billion due to low oil price and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, let's work together to restore our country from adversity due to the COVID-19 pandemic, starting from fixing the economic system and increase care between people. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I see the delegation of Kingdom of Spain. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, Jeremy Noel, Your Excellency, Mr. Direction General of WHO, Ken Izuka, Your Excellency, Madam Chairperson, Diva Alia Maharani, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and pleasure for me as a representative from Spain to attend this important meeting. I think holding a General Assembly with the theme of the United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic is the right decision. As Spain, we stand by our commitment and we are determined to maintain our support in response to COVID-19. The pandemic caught the world at the time when it was having difficulty coping with various challenges. Globalization, rules-based international system, and multilateralism, which were already the subject of discussion, are now even more questioned under impact to pandemic. Dear delegates, currently infection rate have rebounded in some countries, but we need to bring this level back down again. The number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Spain was also recorded at around 90,000 a day, and the daily number of the deaths managed to decrease by 17%, or about 45 people. In the context, Spain wishes to propose the following. The first, we should engage in win-win cooperation, not zero-sum game. The more complex global issues are, the greater the need to collective response. The more daunting in challenges facing all humanity, the greater the need for solidarity and the unity of our heart. What is needed? The dialogue, cooperation in a basis equality, mutual respect among all countries. The second, we should to pursue equality and justice, not bullying or hegemony. Promoting democracy in international relations in central of ensuring international equality and justice. Dear delegates, as I conclude my remarks, I would like to say that our strong support for multilateralism will continue during the sensitive period we are passing through. We must curb the course, keeping our distance from the pandemic. We must also close rank in just struggle and cooperation against all challenges threaten the international community. I wish you all the best of the health. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Kingdom of Spain. I see the delegation of Republic of Finlandia. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Director General of WHO, Madam Chairwoman of Delegation of Meeting, dear all delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the Mr. Foreign Affairs of Finland, let me start by thank you very much for being able to attend the United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 meeting. I feel to be honored to be here and to be able to contribute to this meeting. We are the midst of unprecedented time in history, where our infectious disease has probably changed the way we live. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the Finnish society has been unpredictable, although it has not been as extensive and massive than in many other countries. As this situation involved the government took strict measures to stop the spread of the virus. For example, Emergency Power Acts. Finland's latest coronavirus restriction will be lifted on 80% of people over the age of 12 have been fully vaccinated COVID-19. It is possible that COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the development of digital health service and telemedicine healthcare system. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Finland provides humanitarian assistance to help organizations in the field of to respond to changing and abroad needs more efficiently. Preventing the spread of coronavirus requires support and timely action also in refugee camp and crisis area. The Finnish economy has recovered swiftly from the deep crisis caused by COVID-19 crisis, but the recovery is still uneven. The new virus variant in particular has quickly brought uncertainty to the economic outlook. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, worries and stress regarding of the COVID-19 pandemic caution to the approach almost of the world of people. Therefore, by cooperating in rising to donate to charity, helping stranger to stranger, and volunteering are all three forms of virtue that increasing. This can relieve worries about getting through the COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, I would like to my hope that this COVID pandemic will end soon. By continuing to improve cooperation and trying to caution to restore the situation to face future issues and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Republic of Finlandia, for the incredible statement. I see the delegation of Republic of Korea or South Korea. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Your Excellencies, Madam Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here today representing South Korea, the participation of the United Nations conferences on comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic. On the behalf of South Korean government, we would like to express our utmost gratitude for all excellencies of all countries who are all also part of this event. The United Nations Conference has been implemented since October 24th, 1945. Having considered the need of common outlook and issues to guide the people of the world in the unifying opinions and forming solutions. On half past year, the life of people are having threat of virus that we called as COVID-19 and become a pandemic on 2019. COVID-19 spread quickly and relentlessly into every corner of the world, shutting down economies, choking off transportation networks and supply chains, closing schools, separating people from their loved ones, and plunging millions of people into poverty. Unlike other countries that have applied lockdowns, our government managed to turn its outbreak around without locking down its cities. Our government decided to implement 4 strategies, namely tracking, tracing, testing, and threatening. in order to protect, prevent, and control the spread of COVID-19. The public information sector of government has been to the public from the very beginning by providing education and information on COVID-19 transparently. This failure is the direct result of policy and budgetary decisions that prioritize the health of people in wealthy countries over the health of people in poor countries. We humbly request the cooperation of all delegations of each country in sharing ideas, opinions, and perspectives regarding surviving the democracy during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. For the delegation of Republic of Korea or South Korea. I see the delegation of State of Qatar. The floor is yours.
Bisa naik nggak?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel, Your Excellency, Director General of the World Health Organization, Mr. Ken Izuka, Your Excellency, Chairwoman of the United Nations Conference, Ms. Divalia Maharani, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Our meeting, which is being held today in person rather than virtually, sends an important message about returning to normalcy without abandoning the means of protection and precautions. This comes after a difficult time that the world has experienced and is still experiencing as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has left behind millions of victims and countless humanitarian, social, and economic crises. This difficult stage, which humanity is continuing to face, has revealed the flaws and vulnerabilities in our collective security system. Meanwhile, it has inspired us with many lessons, namely the importance of balancing the concern of people's health and maintaining the economic cycle that secures at the same time their livelihoods, as well as the importance of integration between the indispensable role of the state within its borders on one hand and its role in confronting cross-border issues, and joint commitments to confront challenge, crisis, and disaster on the other hand. And we affirm our support for achieving the priorities included in the vision introduced for this session, emphasizing necessity of equitable distribution of vaccines, ensuring the accessibility to the countries in the southern hemisphere and securing treatment for all, as well as the necessity of coordinating efforts to combat another pandemic, which is the pandemic of fake news, conspiracy theories, and unprecedented skepticism about the feasibility of vaccines that also swept the world during this pandemic, which still hinders the necessary speed of vaccines against the backdrop of the continuation of this pandemic. I point it here that Qatar has taken a balanced and effective approach in addressing the pandemic and its impact on health and economy at the national level. And in conclusion, our joint responsibility and the shared destiny of humanity require the dedication to the values of partnership in international relations to achieve in the interest of our peoples and the good of humanity. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, delegation of State of Qatar. I see the delegation of United Kingdom. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Jeremy Sebastian Noel, Your Excellencies, Mr. Director General of WHO, Ken Lizuka, Your Excellencies, Madam Chairman, Ms. Diva Alyamani, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, such an honor to be here today representing United Kingdom, the participant of the United Nations Conference on comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic. On the behalf of United Kingdom government, we would like to express our utmost gratitude for all the participant excellencies of all countries who participate of these events. We as representative of all the people who believe in us, to representing their concern in middle of issues for everyone without an exception. At early 2020, the new virus COVID-19 has appeared. The United Kingdom has contributed 3 million to Pan American Health Organization or PAHO. Also the financial contribution from UK Department of International Development or DFID in addition to the USD 9.9 million by US government to WHO. As a representative of United Kingdom, we are emphasizing our deepest condolences for everyone who lost their beloved ones. This pandemic has more than 446 million cases worldwide. Also more than 6 million people has passed away. But now we are facing the end of this pandemic together. Ladies and gentlemen, as a representative of United Kingdom, we're taking into consideration to everyone who desiring to rise up post-pandemic, COVID-19 together. This pandemic have huge impact for our economy, especially for the growth countries. And I convincing to every participant of this conference to considering to hold your greedy ambition and problem and make this pandemic most post-pandemic worse. We're concerned your consciousness for reconciliation and collaborate with us for saving more human lives, especially provide assistance to the growth country that needing more health and energy supplies. Unfortunately, we as a European country was facing massive problem. My regret is to disadvantaged country had experienced the effect of the war. We was hoping for everyone who had the conflicts considering to end the war and concern the effects of regional countries that affected in the name of humanity. We expecting your faith to end this tragedy. We appreciating to every countries who embrace their region country for rising up. Last but not least, let me reminding you to join me helping countries that need our help. We will be remembered as a heroes. History that you help the neediest one while COVID-19 transition. In the name of humanity, thank you.
Thank you, delegation of United Kingdom of Great Britain. I see the delegation of Republic of Colombia. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Jeremy Noel, as the Secretary General of United Nations, Your Excellency, Mr. Ken Izuka, as the Director General of the World Health Organization, Your Excellency, Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, as the Chairwoman of the United Conference, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, buenos dias. As the representative of Colombia delegates, allow me to start by expressing my deepest gratitude for being able to attend the United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic. Since COVID-19 was reported in Colombia, the country government has taken a variety of steps to stop the spread of the COVID-19, including enforcing a board shutdown and conducting COVID-19 testing. The Colombian government is aware that if handled improperly, a lockdown or national lockdown might have negative effects, particularly on the economy. Colombian President Ivan Duque presented a package of economic measures to lessen the consequences of the pandemic after recognizing the financial cost of the lockdown. On May 8, 2020, the Colombian government launched the Former Employment Support Program to safeguard former employment in Colombia during the COVID-19 related public health emergency. For around 3 months in 2020, Colombia will impose a solidarity tax on those who earn more than $2,500 per month. Colombia does this to give social support in the form of free education to develop jobs for people who are experiencing financial difficulties. Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we must strengthen cooperation in handling COVID-19 impacts, both in terms of health and social economy. Vaccine will be a game changer against the pandemic. We must work together to ensure that all countries have equal access to safe and affordable vaccines. In the long term, the governance of global health resilience must be further strengthened. Global health resilience, based on national health resilience, will determine the future of the world. From an economic point of view, the gradual reactivation of economic activities must be started by making improvement to the current weaknesses in the global supply chain. A healthy world, a productive world should be our priority. All of this can be achieved if all of us work, and work. Let us strengthen our commitment and consistently carry out our commitment to always work together. I thank you. Gracias.
Thank you for the incredible statement, Republic of Colombia. I see the delegation of Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabasteo, as the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Mr. Ken Izuka, as the Director General of the WHO, Your Excellency, Ms. Diva Maharani, as the Chairman of the meeting delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Afghanistan, allow me to start by expressing my deepest gratitude for being able to attend the United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 meeting. We are very happy to be here and to be able to contribute to this meeting. The first COVID-19 cases were found in Afghanistan from 3 January 2020 to 3 July 2020. WHO noted that On 25 June 2022, 5,572,000 samples were tested in public laboratories, of which 498 samples test positive for COVID-19. Percent positive 9 and 4 new deaths reported. This represents a 4% decrease and a 13.3% increase in cases and deaths. Respond to 24 June 2022 to 3 July significant in Afghanistan. As of June 13, 2022, there have been a total 5,064,430 doses of vaccine that have been administered to Afghanistan. Half of 2021, Afghanistan has already received many doses of vaccine from several countries such as the United States, China, and India. Economic and health problems still occur in Afghanistan after the Taliban record experience, making Afghanistan not have adequate capacity and infrastructure to provide basic health care and handling of the COVID-19 outbreak for the entry community. The low number of hospitals, the lack of medical personnel, and other medical support equipment is increasing the situation in Afghanistan financial condition by the COVID-19 pandemic as well as drought and malnutrition. This by food stamps rising food prices, reduced job opportunities, and remittance from abroad has indirect effect of the COVID-19 outbreak. In this regard, I would like to confirm my hope that this COVID-19 pandemic will end soon. As human beings, we must always work hand in hand, strengthen each other, and face this problem together. We all hope that this meeting will bring new policies, new hopes, and new solutions for our victory over the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the delegation of Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Next, I would like to call to the floor Republic of Turkey. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Jeremy Noel, as Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellency, Mr. Ken Lisuka, as Director General of WHO. Your Excellency, Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, as Madam Chair of Delegation Meeting. Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to deliver a statement at the UN conference to respond to COVID-19 pandemic. It is my pleasure to extend my greeting to you at this section. The COVID-19 outbreak, which was the first discovered at the end of 2019, has spread rapidly to several countries in the world and can cause death. The number of coronavirus, it has continued to grow significantly and sustainably globally, and many countries are starting to feel the impact. I, as the representative of Turkey, would like to express my deep sorrow and concern to the difficulty faced by millions of people of the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Turkey is one of the countries affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. To date, the total number of people who have tested for coronavirus is 15 million. Turkey quickly responded to the outbreak before the first case. When the COVID-19 outbreak began to spread, outsourcing sector of of the country, from the social sector to the economic sector, become to fall. Turkey's tourist sector went on of the harder hit during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was concluded that COVID-19 outbreak directly affected element of aggregate demand, which ultimately destroyed Turkey's economic growth. Some of the response measures that have been carried out by the Turkish government to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus can already be mapped. Turkey's economic policy that reduces dependence on important goods by replacing them with the domestic goods is able to make the economy grow in the midst of pandemic, even though the value of the currency has not strengthened enough compared to several years earlier. The policy for education is fairly phased. Replacing direct learning with distant learning is done to reduce the number of virus spreads. Turkey has managed the reduced mortality and number of patients recovering is increasing day by day. The normalization process, the new normal, is starting to take place, and hope that Turkey will soon arrive in state where the coronavirus has not yet spread in Turkey. In addition to the difficult time due to the pandemic, this has made a community general and greater sense of solidarity and feeling of neighbor. In this regard, I would like to express my hope that the COVID-19 pandemic will end soon. By continuing to improve cooperative and strive to continue to restore the situation to face the problem and challenge ahead, we hope we can all be part of the solution of the global challenge and issue. That's why I said, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, the delegation of Republic of Turkey. I see the delegation of Republic of Albania. The floor is yours.
Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Madam Chairman, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be able to stand on this extraordinary of the United Nations General Assembly. Present in this forum represent the government of the Republic of Albania, then convey a sense of enthusiasm in discussing the policies that we will take to restore our economy, in particular to the proper path. Several years ago and even today, we are hit by various issues that make the world more volatile. The economy of every country around the world is experiencing a crisis due to the wave of the COVID-19 virus outbreak that has hit us all. Your Excellency, Albania, which has experienced several waves of pandemics, then our government has implemented various measures to deal with COVID-19 by supporting the health care system. Companies and households affected by the confinement measures. The policy includes $52 million in emergency assistance to support the disadvantaged population and small businesses. The government is also $20 million for medical equipment and material for medical staff, and $16 million for other humanitarian operations. After COVID-19, we are also faced with other issues such as conflict, that have occurred in several places. In the world which have caused food and humanitarian crisis, therefore, there are several things I would like to say on behalf of the government of the Republic of Albania. First, we expect all parties to support each other and provide assistance to countries that are experiencing problems with the economic crisis, which is increasingly aggravating the national situation of countries experiencing it. Food and humanity, we, the government of the Republic of Albania, are committed to working together in the context of economic improvement with member countries to jointly restore the economy, to live peaceful, secure, comfortable, and peaceful life. Let's get up together, organize to the world better, and work together to realize what is our vision, mission, and ideals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegation of Republic of Albania, for the incredible statement. I see the delegation of Malaysia. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Jeremy Noel, as the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Mr. Ken Lizuka, as Director General of the World Health Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the United Nations for this assembly of comprehensive response of COVID-19 pandemic, for the commitment and dedication and capability intergovernmental negotiation. Excellency, COVID-19 has become the defining crisis of our generation, and unprecedented times call for unprecedented measures. Public awareness on the need to vaccinate is crucial to prevent a climate of fear and division during the rollout phase. Anti-vaccine propaganda is not new and is merely symptomatic of a large issue at hand, which is the erosion of trust in authorities and experts and scant denialism of vaccination believed to flourish, risking the mass influence on this message and threatening millions more lives. As much
Delegation of
as
Malaysia, you can speak a
COVID-19
little bit
presents
louder.
itself
Thank
as
you.
an invisible enemy, danger of misinformation are real and present. Malaysia remains committed to work together with the United Nations and all its member states. Togetherness, unity, and progress, these are our values. These are the things that band us together to make the right choice for the future, a choice future of the people, trust, and of our. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegation of Malaysia. Okay, once more, thank you to all delegates for the statement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 11:30 o'clock, and I think that we all need a break to have lunch that has been prepared by the committee. I shall now adjourn the meeting, and I will see you in 1 hour. Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to have our lunch break and afternoon prayers for Muslim from 12 to 12:30 p.m. Honorable delegates and guests are expected to return to their seats before 12:30 p.m. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time to have our lunch break and afternoon prayers for Muslim from 11 to 12:30 p.m. Honorable delegates and guests are expected to return to their seats before 12:30 p.m. Thank you.
I call Nanda.
Daripada gua ketok palu lebih bawel. Atas nama cinta.
Australia, Filipina.
Bagi Lipi dong.
Oh, begini aja deh, nggak apa-apa. Nanti aku pinjam yang ini ya.
Ya, say.
Halo?
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed.
kayak gini. Terus dia mau naikin di ini tuh. Harusnya ini kan. Dinaikin ininya di aku ini nggak ya? Aku sih pas sih. Kalau dia mau main di
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you may enter the lunchroom and we will soon start our next session in 3 minutes. Delegates and guests are welcome to go inside the auditorium and take your seat. Thank you. Once again, Excellencies, you may enter the lounge room and we will soon start our next session in 5 minutes. Once again, the honorable delegates and guests, you are welcome to go inside the auditorium and take your seats. Thank you. Excellencies, we will soon start our main agenda, therefore you may prepare yourself and we will back in a moment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the simulation of the UN Conference on Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 Pandemic. Excellencies, it is now the time to start the second plenary. Her Excellency, Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, you may begin the next session.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. On the next session of Plenary 2 of today's General Assembly, I will entrust Ms. Sabira Rafa Inshara as the Vice Chairman to lead the plenary session. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Diva. I shall now declare the meeting to order. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Australia. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel, Director General of WHO, Mr. Ken Izuka, Chairwoman Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen. As the Minister of Australia, let me express my gratitude for being able to attend the meeting of United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has been the most disruptive event globally since World War II. The world after the pandemic became more disorganized and less stable. At the beginning of 2020, Australian government stated its first case of the coronavirus disease. The first cases of COVID-19 in Australia were identified in late January 2020. Prior to December 2021, the number of cases diagnosed had peaked in October 2021. The number of cases increased steeply to peak in early January 2022. Globally, WHO reported that the weekly number of new cases across the world in the week of 16 May until 22 May 2022 decreased by 3% compared to the previous week. The number of deaths reported also decreased by 11% as compared to the previous week. In Australia, any vaccine is optional and the government has no plan to implement a no jab, no pay rule. Australia is providing assistance on effort of alleviate the humanitarian crisis in Tigray and neighboring region of northern Ethiopia. Nearly 1 year into the conflict, the UN estimates 7 million people need humanitarian support. Australia has already provided support to the World Food Program and is now providing further $3 million to the International Committee of the Red Cross. However, Australia had an economic downturn during the onset of the pandemic. In December 2021, economic growth in Australia had shrunk due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but the increase in export was seen as saving the country. Supported by high coal and gas prices, the economy in general will bounce back in the last quarter of 2021. And Australia has collaborated by providing financial support to Indonesia. This agreement is a manifestation of the comprehensive strategic partnership and friendship between Australia and Indonesia. Australia also support Indonesia in the G20 and support peace between Russia and Ukraine. In this case, the public health emergency declaration should remain in place due to the ongoing significant public health risk which is currently present by COVID-19. I would like to convey my hope regarding this COVID-19 pandemic so that it will end soon. We as human beings to always join hands, strengthen each other, and also deal with this problem together. We'll hope that this meeting will produce new policies, new hopes, and new solutions for us in overcoming this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegation of Commonwealth of Australia. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Lao People's Democratic Republic. Once again, I see the delegation of Laos People Democratic Republic.
Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel, Director General of the World Health Organization, Mr. Ken Lizuka. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been almost 2 years that we face with the COVID-19 pandemic, which has had an enormous impact on the socio-economic development as well as to the people livelihood around the world. Currently, the number of the infected and death from the disease remain high in all regions of the world. Therefore, to prevent and overcome the impact of COVID-19, it requires genuine and close cooperation by the international community to reduce the scale of infection and death from this virus around the world. Laos became the last country in Southeast Asia to report its first confirmed case of the virus on 24 March 2020. I am the view of the crucial factor that will help us contain to reduce the infection and death from COVID-19 is to ensure the immediate access to vaccines so we can create herd immunity. In this connection of the law PDR calls upon the international community, particularly an advanced country, to further assist in providing vaccine to all countries, so we can defeat the COVID-19 for good. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all friendly countries and the international organization for providing assistance to the Laos PDR, and I sincerely hope that we will continue to receive such support in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible statement. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Kingdom of Norway. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Madam Chairwoman, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you very much for the invitation to the meeting held today, which I hope will achieve a satisfactory result for all delegates. on the topic of discussion at today's meeting, which we believe has affected many countries. Therefore, we hope for cooperation with other countries. Colleagues, a shortage of labor is leading to mounting pressure. The past years have been challenging for everybody, and some are still facing challenge in their private economy. Registered unemployment has returned to the pre-pandemic level, and the share of the population working at its highest since 2012. Unemployment is now approaching the low level seen during the boom preceding the financial crisis in 2008. The tight labor market puts upward pressure on wage and prices. We must avoid that fiscal policy leads to an overheated economy. That would spur an even faster interest rate tightening than the Norges Bank has already signaled. Now that the Norwegian economy is improving, COVID-19 restrictions in our country are lifted, and we are heading out of the pandemic, and economic growth is strong and unemployment is low. Colleagues, currently the recorded number of the COVID-19 affected people in countries receiving humanitarian aid is relatively low. But the pandemic is already putting extraordinary pressure on humanitarian organizations. In the time ahead, a great deal of flexibility will be needed to ensure that the organization can quickly prioritize efforts where need is greatest at any time. To date, Norway has contributed 10 million Norwegian kron from the humanitarian budget to the World Health Organization to help it respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, Norway has contributed 15 million Norwegian kron through its share of the United Nations Central Emergency Response Fund. The additional 90 million Norwegian kron will support the implementation of the United Nations Global Humanitarian Response Plan to the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, we look forward to the cooperation that will result in a satisfactory development. And once again, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, delegation of Kingdom of Norway. The delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Federation of Russia. The floor is yours.
Farewell. On behalf of my delegation, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to you, Secretary General Mr. Jeremy Knoll, and the Vice Chair, Madam Sabira Rafa Inshara, for the generous hospitality extended to us and the excellent arrangement for this ministerial conference. We would also like to thank the WHO Director General, Mr. Ken Izuka, for his tireless efforts and hard work to move the ministerial conference forward in Indonesia. Honorable Mr. Minister, distinguished diligent ladies and gentlemen. The Russian Federation believes that coronavirus pandemic has become a challenge for mankind and has faced structural change for extending prerequisite. Recalling the emergency COVID-19 at the end of December 2019, on January 30, it was declared a public health emergency of international concern by WHO. The government of Russia initially responded to the pandemic with revenge measures to curb the spread of COVID-19, with imposing quarantine, crime rates on potential virus carrier, and using facial recognition to impose quarantine measures. The Russian Federation believes in the valuation of the right to health. The 1993 Constitution of Russia states in Article 41 that confers a citizen right to health care and medical assistance free of charge, which creating equal right and treatment to everyone to get right to health. However, after the event of the COVID-19 resolution was the only outcome of extraordinary WHO 73 meeting, the COVID-19 case is still increasing. Besides that, Russia government is committed to face a strong solution for health community of the world in order to eliminate the world threat of COVID-19, where the whole government requests citizens to perform COVID-19 vaccine, usually furthering in increase in COVID-19 virus. The Russian Federation is of the view that development should remain at the center of our work. Strengthening of improving participation of developing countries in the multilateral health system will be very critical and offer new opportunities to health as a standard of living of our people around the globe improve. The Russian Federation also wishes to underscore the importance of regular WHO bodies is monitoring and dealing with World Health case, as well as its preventing and completing execution. Auxiliary, ladies and gentlemen, finally, I hope that we can leave this conversation with member committing to safeguarding and strengthen the cooperation in the health sector as effort to improve our standard of living in the future. Spasiba.
Thank you for the incredible statement of Republic of Russia. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Republic of Austria. The floor is yours.
Your Honor, Mr. Jeremy, as Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Highness, Mr. Ken Izuka, as Director General of the WHO, Your Excellency, Ms. Bira Rafa Insyara, as Madam Chair, Vice Chairwoman, dear Minister, Ambassadors, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to deliver a statement at the UN Conference of Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 Pandemic. As the Australian Foreign Minister, I am very happy to be here and to be able to contribute to this meeting. The COVID-19 pandemic has been felt by all parts of the world, which has caused many sectors to be affected to extreme and the large number of fatality caused by this pandemic. I, as the representative of Austria, would like to express my deep sorrow and concern for difficult time faced by millions of people around the world due to COVID-19 pandemic, and the victim of COVID-19 virus and medical personnel who have died in carrying out the task of saving COVID-19 victims. The COVID-19 pandemic is an important reminder that a strong and resilient health system is a necessary investment for a thriving economy and a key pillar of global health security. The first COVID-19 case in Austria was discovered on February 25, 2020 in Tyrol, and Austria also experienced an increase in the number of COVID-19 virus cases in March 2020. We need to strengthen global health security for the next emergency by ensuring ongoing funding for pandemic response and preparedness, including financially strong international institutions. For Austria, global cooperation and solidarity are the only ways to defeat the COVID-19 virus in our region and to start a sustainable global recovery. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected various sectors, especially in the economic sectors around the world. The COVID-19 pandemic in the Australian economy has had the most impact on tourism.
The recovery of tourism must be realized immediately, considering that this sector contributes to quite a large amount to the GDP in various countries, including Austria. In this condition, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, there is no sustainable alternative other than dialogue, international cooperation, and global solution. We hope that we can all be part of the solution to the challenge and issue of COVID-19 by continuing to improve cooperation. Global collaboration is key in facing future issues and challenges. That's why I said, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegation Republic of Austria. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Socialist Republic of Vietnam. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, United Nations Secretary General, Director General of WHO, Madam Chairwoman, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for inviting Vietnam in the participation of the United Nations Conference on Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic. On the behalf of the Vietnam government, we would like to express our utmost gratitude for all excellencies of all countries who are all also part of this event. As of December 31, 2020, Vietnam had reported 1,465 laboratory confirmed cases of COVID-19 and 35 deaths. This success has been attributed to several key factors, including a well-developed public health system, a decisive central government, and a proactive containment strategy based on comprehensive testing, tracing, and quarantining. The tech. Vietnam has taken a target approach to testing, scaling it up in areas with community transmission. Contact tracing is comprehensive, with 3 degrees of contact trace for each positive case. Contain. As a result of its detection process, hundreds of thousands of people, including international travelers and those who had close contact with people who test positive, were placed in quarantine center run by the government, greatly reducing both household and community transmission. Hotspots with demonstrate community transmission, including Da Nang, during its outbreaks in July and August 2020, were locked down immediately, and the government communicated frequently with citizens to keep them informed and involved in the public health response. One of the reasons Vietnam was able to act so quickly and keep the case count so low is that the country experienced as a served acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, epidemic in 2003 and human cases of avian influenza between 2004 and 2010. As a result, Vietnam had both the experience and infrastructure to take appropriate actions. Vietnam makes many key containment decisions in a matter of days, which may take weeks for government in other countries to make. Although Vietnam is a highly centralized country, a number of key decisions were made at the local level, which also contribute to the swift response. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations is at the heart of the global response. I feel there is a growing recognition of the relevance of our work, and I believe the world is seeing the value of international cooperation in this. We must continue helping to save life and easing the economic and social devastation. We must also think about recovery and addressing the inequality and fragility the virus has so painfully exposed. Our nation charter and our fool is the human spirit. In days darkened by disease, we can see beacons of hope for today and the seeds of future unity of purpose. Our role is nurture those seeds, and I have no doubt that your work will continue to serve and inspire the world, just as you inspire me every day. Thank you again. Stay safe. God help to you and your family. Let's all take care of this.
Thank you, Delegation Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Nation of Brunei, the Abode of Peace. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Director General of the World Health Organization, Madam Vice Chair, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as Foreign Minister of Brunei Darussalam, such an honor to be here and contribute to the UN Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 meeting. The COVID-19 pandemic has harmed various countries, including Brunei Darussalam. This pandemic has caused many cases of fatality and caused other losses, such as in terms of the economy. The first case of the coronavirus in Brunei was on March 9, 2020, and began to spread to reach 100 cases within 15 days. To overcome this problem, Brunei immediately took decisive action by following the rules from the World Health Organization to maintain distance, action by following the rules from the World Health, and self-isolation for those infected with COVID-19. Brunei also temporarily closed public facilities and developed a de-escalation plan. This plan was quite successful in suppressing the spread of the virus before the COVID-19 cases in Brunei continued to increase. The total number of cases in Brunei has reached more than 168,000 with a death toll of 225 in 2022. Brunei has already provided the vaccine to the public, and in August, Brunei experienced a shortage of vaccine stock as thousands of locally transmitted cases were detected in less than a month. As a result of this problem, China and Japan sent aid in the form of Sinopharm and AstraZeneca vaccine to Brunei Darussalam. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, under the leadership of Brunei, ASEAN is making coordinated effort to control the spread of COVID-19 and deal with the crisis in Myanmar. During Brunei's tenure as ASEAN chair, Brunei showed that a small country is not a problem to take a leadership role. To improve the economy, Brunei cooperates through BIMP-EAGA, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. The country's economic research are also supported by the natural sector, such as oil and natural gas. As a result, Brunei's GDP per capita is reported to reach 32 million USD in 2021. This record is up from the previous year, which only reached 26 million USD. In health development, Brunei continues to prioritize medical provision, including strengthening cooperation with other countries such as Indonesia and India in health matters, medical professional exchange, digital health and pandemic management, and others. Responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, Brunei Darussalam called zonal countries and members of the United Nations to work together to fight the pandemic. I also hope that the COVID-19 pandemic will end soon and this meeting produce new policy and solution for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible statement of Nation of Brunei. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Republic of South Africa. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel, Your Excellency, Director General of the WHO, Mr. Ken Izuka, Your Excellency, Madam Chairwoman, Mrs. Divalia Maharani, Honorable Minister, and distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. On my occasion today, I'm pleased to greet you, the men and the women who in many ways constitute the backbone of this organization as well as all the delegates present today. As well, I want to thank you for the invitation to the meeting held today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, last year, South Africa fought against the COVID-19 crisis with full force. Like most other countries, South Africa cannot escape the pandemic. It suffered loss of life and livelihood. By July 2021, more than 64,000 South Africans had lost their life. The third wave hit our country very hard and infections are increasing every day. But there was also like at the end of the very long tunnel. The government responded quickly and forcefully to the crisis while spearheading an international alliance for vaccine distribution in Africa. Our government carried out long-term economic reform with the same determination and as when fighting the pandemic, that COVID-19 can serve as a turning point in reviving South Africa economy and labor market. Fellow delegates, after about 2 years of excessive vigilance and restraint, the fatigue from the pandemic is starting to set in. Globally, there has been a wave of protests against public health measures to curb the spread of COVID-19, including vaccination. At the same time, countries are easing restriction of lifting them altogether. Our countries has made policy change in tandem with the pandemic in general. This involved reducing the isolation period of infected and symptomatic individuals, abandon quarantine and contact tracing practice, and even allowing asymptomatic positive individual and continue without isolation. Therefore, we hope we all can find a true solution regarding this pandemic problem. Thank you for the attention, and once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, delegation of South Africa. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation, Republic of the Philippines. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabasteo, Your Excellencies, Mr. Director General of the World Organization, Mr. Kendi juga, Your Excellencies, Vice Chairman Woman, Ms. Sabira Rafa Itzana, Honorable Mr. distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The COVID-19 pandemic has become a major health problem for all countries in the world, which is where this has impact on almost all exciting activities, which is we in the Philippines respond that this is a problem that must be resolved together, even though it will not be easy. Until now, in the Philippines, the number of cases recorded from the beginning of this April until June 2022, COVID-19 cases reached 3,691,546. However, with this in mind from the beginning of the emergence of COVID-19 case, we have continued to work in the effort to inhibit the spread of the COVID-19 virus, starting from conducting our restrictions to vaccinating, which is where in carrying out this vaccination, we also vaccinating foreign nationals in your country, and we also cooperate with other countries in an effort to vaccinate your countries abroad, which is to prevent transmission of the virus that we continue to do. Now, the case for our spread that occur continue to decline. With this in mind, we are slowly relaxing the rules for community activities, but in this case, the community is encouraged to continue to implement health protocols, which is where the improving activity in the community is also in the line with the improvement in the country's economy. When the Philippines' economic growth in the first quarter of 2022 reached 8.3%. With this, we also have to work together in an effort to break the chain of the spread of COVID-19, because this problem does not belong to one country alone, but this problem is a collective problem. Thank you.
Thank you for an incredible statement, the Republic of Philippines. Delegates want to deliver their statement. Please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Kingdom of Cambodia. The floor is yours.
Your Honor, Mr. Jeremy Noel, as Secretary General of United Nations, Your Excellency, Mr. Ken Izuka, as Director General of the WHO, Your Excellency, Madam Vice Chair Sabira Ranfainsyara, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As Cambodia representative, I have the honor to be here and participate in this conference right now. We welcome the implementation of the WHO monitoring and speak from Cambodia's own experience. We were deeply saddened by the tragic loss of lives and suffering by millions of people around the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The challenges that will be faced by countries such as the global financial crisis, food and energy security, networks of production, tourism, and other crucial matters. Countries must be able to carry out activities related to the health of their people and economic life. Our country, Cambodia, was one of the first countries in Asia to record a case of COVID-19 and was also heavily impacted by the pandemic. And 2 years later, it is moving ahead with reopening. An impressive vaccination campaign and pragmatic economic policies have helped position the country for economic recovery. Cambodia is one of the countries that has succeeded in handling COVID-19 fairly quickly. And the reason behind the successful, despite the countries with healthcare system, lie in initial government quick response and strategy. This involved testing and aggressive contact tracing, temporary suspension of foreign visas, domestic travel restrictions, extensive screening at border entry points, quarantine and home isolation, closure all of schools, university, and entertainment venues. The Ministry of Health also provided clear and accurate information about the status of the virus during regular press conference. Our government commended the work of World Health Organization in containing, mitigating, and responding to the pandemic, and acknowledged the key leadership role with WHO within the United Nations system in preparing for and in catalyzing and coordinating a comprehensive, early, effective, transparent, sustainable response to health emergencies. Our hope that in the future, we will be able to reach the consensus needed to make substantive decisions. Let's hope that when we finish our work and defeat this pandemic, we will be satisfied that the world system has become stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegation Kingdom of Cambodia. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Kingdom of Sweden. The floor is yours.
Our Excellencies, Secretaries General of UN Nation, Our Excellencies, Director General of WHO, Excellencies, Vice Chairwoman, Ministry, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to be here today representing of the Kingdom of Sweden in the participation of the United Nations Conference on Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic. On the behalf of the Sweden government, we would like to express our utmost gratitude for all excellencies of all countries who are also part of this event. On half past year, the life of people are having threat of virus that we called as COVID-19 and become a pandemic on 2019. COVID-19 spread quickly and relentlessly into every corner of the world, shutting down economic, choking up transportation network and supply chain, closing school, and plugging millions of people into poverty. The pandemic most tragic toll has been on the health and life of millions, with more than 446 million cases worldwide, more than 6 million deaths confirmed, and countless more grappling with worsening mental health. Under Sweden government and public health policy, Sweden had left large segment of the society open instead of imposing a lockdown to combat the spread of the coronavirus. As a result, the Swedish COVID-19 measures, largely devised by its expert agency on health, garnered widespread international attention. The present investigation focused on the controversies that have characterized BHSA's work with reference to risk assessment, face masks, voluntarism, testing, and the protection of the elderly during pandemic. Excellencies, distinguished delegate, until the day that vaccination comes, it's not begin to be a new step to rebuild the condition on that time. Manufacture a production 1.5 billion doses per month, but nearly 3 billion people are still waiting for their first shot. This is a small indictment of our world. It is also a recipe for more variant, more lockdown, and more sorrow and sacrifice in every country. Our world cannot afford a two-tier recovery from COVID-19. Even though at this point, our government has lifted some of restriction, we still need a level of vigilance about the virus that circulation. We humbly request the cooperation of all delegations of each country in sharing idea, opinion, and perspective regarding surviving the democracy during this pandemic. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless us all.
Thank you for the incredible statement, Kingdom of Sweden. Delegates want to deliver their statement. Please raise your placard. I see the delegation of People's Republic of China. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Jeremy Noel, Secretary General of United Nations, Your Excellency, Ken Izuka, Director General of World Health Organization, Your Excellency, Sabira Rafa Inshana, Vice Chair, Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. China supports the UN General Assembly in convening this special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We hope all the parties will focus on the issue at hand, strengthen solidarity, and expand consensus to reinforce cooperation. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, the Chinese government has been committed to people first and life first philosophy, to an approach featuring preventing imported cases from abroad and resurgence at home, and to a dynamic zero COVID policy. We have been adapting prevention and control protocols to evolving situation and achieve major strategic outcomes in this battle. We have done what we could to help other developing countries and have offered the world new opportunities through our own development. During the trying times of the COVID-19 pandemic, China has been active in sharing COVID responses experience with the world and has sent large quantities and supplies, vaccine and medicines to other countries, and deeply engaged in science-based cooperation on COVID-19 origin tracking, all in sincere and proactive effort to contribute to humanity's final victory over the pandemic. China supports G20 program, and we need to enhance international macroeconomic policy coordination. The outbreak has disturbed production and demand across the globe. Countries need to leverage and coordinate their macro policies to counteract the negative impact and prevent the world economy from falling into recessions. We need to implement strong and effective fiscal and monetary policies to keep our exchange rates basically stable. We need to keep better coordinate financial regulation to keep global financial markets stable. We need to jointly keep the global industrial and supply chain stable. What China will do in this regards to increase the supply of active pharmaceutical ingredients, daily necessities, and anti-epidemic and other supplies to international market. What's more, we also need to protect women, children, and elderly, people with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups. Prudent monetary policy, we will continue to advance reform and opening up within market access, improve the business environment, and expand import and outbound investment to contribute a stable world economic. Let us pull together, build a great wall against COVID-19, protect the health of humanity, win over the pandemic with solidarity and unity, and build a global community of health for all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of People's Republic of China. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Islamic Republic of Iran. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel, Your Excellency, Director General of the WHO, Mr. Ken Izuka, Your Excellency, Madam Vice Chair of the United Nations Conference, Ms. Sabira Rafainsyara, Honorable Minister, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. Today we assemble to discuss about United Nations Comprehensive Response to COVID-19. The previous year, COVID-19 has led to a pandemic affecting almost all countries in a few years. The coronavirus disease continues to spread at the regional and global level. Iran is one of the developing countries most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Country that has reported the highest number of total cases in the Republic of Iran. More than 1 million people have lost their life. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the world economy is going through a recession. Healthy and the economy are having an impact on our life. The economic and social disruption caused by the pandemic is so devastating. Tens of millions of people are at risk of falling into extreme poverty. COVID-19 infections are increasing in Iran, with 760 reported infections on average each day. There have been 7 million infections and 140 coronavirus-related deaths are reported in the country since the pandemic began. United Nations is collaborating with Iran to strengthen health system in the face of COVID-19 and pre-COVID, including procedure urgently need health and medical supply, strengthening health infrastructure, managing health waste, and ensuring salary. Payment to health work so far, $15 million of the UN fund have been reposed or aligned toward COVID-19 related needs of Iran. The pandemic can only be overcome with close global cooperation. This is something we must continue in our future meeting to support each other and recover together. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Islamic Republic of Iran. Delegates want to deliver their statement. Please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Kingdom of Thailand. The floor is yours.
His Excellency, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Her Excellency, Madam Chairs, distinguished leaders of the member countries of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to representing Kingdom of Thailand to be part of the United Nations Conference of Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 pandemic. Before I discuss the COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand, I will briefly describe the profile of Thailand, which is the third largest country in Southeast Asia after Indonesia and Myanmar. The COVID-19 pandemic that has the world is certainly a common concern. We have passed the last 2 years of living side by side with the virus, but until now, it cannot be said to be finished. In Southeast Asia, Thailand is one of the countries of the lowest COVID-19 cases. Thailand carried out a strict lockdown in March 2020, which had an impact on business, schools, and tourism, which also affected the Thai economy to shrink by 6.5% in 2020. Business and tourism have a very big impact on Thailand. Thus, in 2021, Thailand will accelerate vaccination and encourage stimulus to reduce the impact of the COVID-19 virus. In 2021, Thailand's economic growth will grow 2.2%. Then in 2022, Thailand economic growth will grow 5.1%. This is because Thailand has accelerated vaccination and began to restore the business and tourism sectors by reopening flights by paying attention to Thai security related to vaccination. In 2022, with the situation having improved, Thailand is ready to live a normal life with COVID-19. Thailand helped together and unite with all of the nation to be stronger during this recovery period, especially in economic recovery. I believe that we could recover together and get back stronger if we unite and work together for the common good. Let's lift each other up and leave no one behind. Thank you. Sawadika.
Thank you, delegation of Kingdom of Thailand. Delegates who want to deliver their statement, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General of United Nations, Your Excellency, Mr. Director General of the WHO, Your Excellency, Madam Chairwoman, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me as the representative from Nepal to express our gratitude for inviting us to the UN session today to discuss COVID-19. These past years, COVID-19 has become a very serious problem. The current spread makes us feel very insecure because so many victims have fallen due to this pandemic. The impact resulting from this pandemic is not only due to the large number of victims, but also has an impact on the economy, industrial closures, socialization, and much more. Currently, COVID-19 cases in our country have reached almost 1 million cases. Although the increase in cases of COVID-19 is not too much, but there has not been decrease in our country. The resulting deaths have also reached a number that is not small. The handling carried out is also still unsatisfactory because our country is still underdeveloped. This difficult situation makes us feel insecure. College, in today's session, we are sure that we are not the only one who want this COVID-19 problem to be resolved quickly. Therefore, we are very grateful for being able to participate in this trial. We sincerely hope that the trial held today will get good and satisfying results, not only for us, but all of us. Once again, thank you for inviting us.
Thank you, delegation of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. Last but not least, I see the delegation of Portuguese Republic. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabastio, Your Excellencies, Director General of the WHO, Mr. Ken Izuka, Your Excellencies, Chairwoman in the meeting, Mrs. Sabira Rafain Syarah, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to be here today representing Portugal engaged the prestigious event United Nations Conference of the Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 Pandemic Forum. On the behalf of the Portugal government, we would like to express our utmost gratitude for all excellencies of all countries that have come to attend this event. As of today, Europe is the continent with the highest number of COVID-19 cases, namely 200,000 cases, while the United States is the country with the highest number of the cases in the world, with 89,000 people. Of the 230 countries and territories affected by the coronavirus pandemic, Portugal is in 23rd place with 6 million cases. 100,056 people die and 5 million people recover. In fact, the development of COVID-19 cases in our country, Portugal in the international chart is at number 22 with the number of cases who die of more than 24,000. The COVID-19 infection rate in Portugal has soared after the country opened this border to travelers from the European Union and the UK in mid-May 2021, and is now back to level that were last in February 2021 when the lockdown was imposed. Now, most businesses have reopened in Portugal, and as the summer tourist season began, the beaches are full of visitors. Based on this problem, our government will reduce the movement of people for the next 15 days to combat the spread of COVID-19 or the coronavirus. Adding that this is a fairly emergency situation, the country has also limited gathering to no more than 100 people, closed school and nightclubs, imposed restriction on the number of people who can visit restaurants, and over which is home to about 55,000 people to be quarantined after around 30 people test positive for the coronavirus there. And we want to thank you for your attention.
I see that all of the delegations have delivered their country statement. Excellencies, thank you for delivering your incredible statements and views towards the aid for responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. I hope that we all can find a solution from hearing each other's statements. I shall now give the floor back to the chairman of today's meeting, Ms. Diva Alia Maharani. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Sabira Rafain Syarah. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, I would like to ask all the delegates if there are any delegates who have not delivered their statement, please raise your placard. I see there's none. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next agenda of the General Assembly. The next agenda is the general debate, where delegates will state their question, opinion, or advice to other countries or the Secretary General of the UN and the Director General of WHO. There are a few topics that I should emphasize in this agenda, such as global economy recovery, sustainable development goal on green environment, and the change of cultural and educational system. To delegates who want to share their questions, opinion, or advice, please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Socialist Republic, I see the delegation of Vatican City State. The next is Republic of Singapore, and the last is Federal Republic of Germany. First, I would like to hear from Vatican City State. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for Chairwoman for giving me the opportunity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to share our country views, statement, opinion, and suggestion to all countries, especially to the United Nations. Okay, from the humanitarian side, we urge that the corona vaccine is provided equally for all mankind. We think the most vulnerable and in need shall come first, regardless of who holds the copyright. The Vatican City State emphasized that health is an international issue, and we criticize so-called vaccine nationalism, which United Nations officials fear will exacerbate the pandemic if poor countries receive the final vaccine. We also urge equal distribution of healthcare, vaccines for the poor, and peaceful dialogue to diffuse conflict. We have also been campaigning with U.S. Catholic group for months to suspend intellectual property rights for COVID-19 vaccines, with the aim of helping pioneering countries from Asia and Africa and helping to expand production of the life-saving COVID-19 vaccine. Then, we propose a post-COVID-19 solution, namely with the Catholic principle of subsidiarity as a way of solution during the COVID-19 pandemic that is afflicting the world. On the economic side, we ask countries to not only listen to the big companies that provide financial assistance, but also to listen to the people who actually drive the economy. It is imperative to have proactive economic policies geared toward promoting an economy that supports production, diversity, and business creativity, and allows jobs to be created, not cut. We also call on leaders of government, business, international organizations to encourage cooperation rather than competition and find solutions for everyone. And the last one, from the sustainable development side, the COVID-19 pandemic has made many people reflect on our relationship with the environment. We emphasize together to make drastic pollution reduction during COVID-19 around the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has knocked down the pillars that underpin a development model. This condition can make the earth a little rest to recover from environmental damage. We can already see how the earth can recover if we let it rest. It becomes cleaner, the water are clearer, and the animals have returned to their natural habitat. We should aim for greater concern for the environment when restrictions are lifted. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Vatican City State. Next, I would like to call the Republic of Singapore to give their opinion, question, or advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to giving my questions to the delegate of India. The delegate of India, my questions will be about the limiting social interactions that been doing throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. As an Asian country like Singapore, we do also respect a lot of traditional day and traditional ceremony, but in this kind of situation, we know that we can afford that because we need to limiting the social interaction. But as so far that I know, India is have a culture that they always do in every year. So how India with this traditional ceremony and a lot of traditional culture still being do during this COVID-19 pandemic, because Singapore also have a lot of traditional days. So I would like to know about your recommendation in these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Republic of Singapore. Next, I would like to call the Federal Republic of Germany to give their question, advice, or opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I would like to deliver a question to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sabasteo. So we all know that the United Nations is the main international institution that can be used as a guide for countries in policy adaptation, especially in the post-pandemic period like now. Therefore, so the question is, what is the action of the United Nations in post-pandemic recovery, especially in the economic sector? Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Federal Republic of Germany. Now I would like to call to the, Now I would like to call India for answering the question from Republic of Singapore. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to answer a question given by the Singapore delegation. Most activities are back to normal in India. India's peak holiday seasons and major Hindu festivals celebrated with noise, color, and joy across the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi kicked off a campaign called the 100-Day Mission. We ask states to be extra vigilant of the next 100 days and ensure that COVID-19 compliant behavior is observed. Not only that, high coverage by vaccine dose is likely to protect the country from new spikes. As of 17 June, India has administered 1.9 billion doses of vaccine. We also developing ZCoV-D vaccine as India's first DNA COVID-19 vaccine. Based on the research, ZCoV-D recorded a vaccine efficacy of 66.6%. Only then we will be able to save the country from the expected spike in cases. Thank you.
Thank you for the great answer from Republic of India. Now I would like to give the floor next to the UN Secretary General, Mr. Jeremy Noel, to give the answer for Federal Republic of Germany and Vatican City State. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, I want to respond to the delegation from the Vatican City State. Thank you for your critique. What I want to talk is about the United Nations through the COVAX facility, which a United Nations vaccine global access by the United Nations has access to enough COVID-19 vaccines to help protect 70% of the population in 91 lower income countries. And to close the global vaccine equity gap, COVAX calls on countries to set ambitious targets for implementation and on all partners to ensure countries have the resource need to accelerate and boost it. So I think that is my response for the delegation from the Vatican. I assure you, we will always make the vaccine will be evenly distributed. Thank you. And I want to respond to the delegation from Germany. The United Nations has launched the Financing for Development in the Era of COVID-19 and Beyond Initiative, or FFDI, to enable an inclusive and sustainable recovery from COVID-19. The FFDI position in the United Nations as the universal forum to discuss financing for sustainable development issue and exert a broad-based collective push for the international community to fill gaps in the global response effort, resulting in concrete outcomes that play an instrumental role in providing relief and boosting liquidity for countries in need, including through the historic issuance of 650 billion in International Monetary Fund special drawing rights, and the creation of the Resilience and Sustainability Trust for vulnerable middle-income countries, and the extension of the debt service suspension initiative. I think that is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General of the UN. Next, I would like to give the chance again to delegates who wants to give their opinion, advice, or questions to other country or the Secretary General of the UN and the Director General of WHO. Please raise your placard. I see delegation of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, United States of America, and Federative Republic of Brazil. First, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, you may now give your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. So, as we know, WHO is the official institution that oversees vaccine globally. But however, we see that the vaccination is still happening globally in the terms of distribution. What kind of WHO can do to promoting vaccine distribution to developing countries such as Pakistan, so that can support the United Nations short comprehensive action to tackle this pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you for the great question, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Next is the United States of America. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for Madam Chairman of the opportunity. I want to ask a question to delegates of Russia. Based on the target of Sustainable Development Goals on to 2030, how are Russia efforts to encourage sustainable development in the midst of your rampant development of oil and gas during the pandemic? Also, recently you're in a situation of war with Ukraine, and it caused damage that gonna be obstruct our common goals, which is Sustainable Development Goals on 2030. And I want to know about your efforts of this and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of the United States of America, for the great question. Next, I would like to give to the floor the Federative Republic of Brazil. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam. I would like to giving my question to delegation of Singapore. Singapore has signed a free trade agreement with several Latin America countries, and Singapore engagement with Latin American and Caribbean countries also extend to another non-economic areas such as science and technology. Through this cooperation framework, the government of Brazil hopes that the government of Singapore will enhance such cooperation with other countries, such as Brazil, to build a very comprehensive cooperation partnership in the field of economic, science, and technology with our country. Therefore, the Brazilian government would like to asking if the Singapore government is willing to upgrade science and technology with us. Because as we know that Singapore's human resources are one of the best and really need it from Singapore to create new technologies in the health sector to improve health facilities in our countries. Obrigado.
Thank you, delegates of Federative Republic of Brazil. First, I would like to give the floor to the Director General of the WHO, Mr. Kane Izuka. You may now answer the question.
Thank you very much for the Madam Vice. My answer to Pakistan is, first of all, the global COVID-19 vaccination goal and targets are anchored in following principles. The first one is equity. All individuals, populations, and countries should have equitable vaccine access without incurring financial hardship. The second one is quality. The vaccines you should meet international standards through WHO authorization. The third one is integrated. Vaccines should be developed with tests, treatments, and public health, and also social measures. And the last one is inclusivity. Vaccination must include marginalized, vulnerable, displaced, and imprisoned populations. And also, the vaccine will cover the world by end of June 2022. By 70% of the country will covered by the vaccination situation. In Pakistan itself has received 179,804,250 vaccines doses at the time of 30th November 2021. This data is from UNICEF, and also we are collaborating with UNICEF and also other sector of CSO partners also. And this number is fully vaccinated person in Pakistan is at 32.2% of the target population, and also 53.2% of the population is partially vaccinated. So the point is, the conditions to allow for all countries to achieve the global targets, meaning supply technical support and financial supply, are now in place. The coordination between global, regional, and bilateral vaccine suppliers and manufacturers, low and lower middle countries, can now better match to supply the vaccines arriving in country with their own country's specific demand for doses. And our solution is the COVID-19 vaccine delivery partnership, a collective international effort with one country team, one plan, and one budget, was launched by WHO, UNICEF, and Gavi, with international partners, including the World Bank, to intensify country readings and intensity, delivery support. It focused on 34 low coverage countries, including Pakistan and also part of Afghanistan, with the government at the center to accelerate COVID-19 vaccination. So my conclusion is the coverage of the vaccination of COVID-19 itself will be fully loaded with all of your help and also the governmental help also. I think that's my answer for Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director General, for the great response. Next, I would like to give Federation of Russia to give their answer to the question from United States of America. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. To respond for the question made by
the United States, Russian Federation have a significant step in sustainable economic development based on the principle of Russian foreign policy. During this pandemic era, the Russian will do more infrastructure development in the network sector, consistently encourage an inclusive and positive agenda that the purpose is not to limit but to strengthen the relation between countries. The Russian Federation have developed a national strategy for sustainable development as soon as possible in cooperation the 2030 agenda and include the SDGs in the key strategy development document. The Russian Federation will continue to build cooperation with all concerned sectors or economic development, and both are willing to work together that in accordance with principle equality, respect, and mutual benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Federation of Russia. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Singapore to answer the question from Federative Republic of Brazil. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to answer questions from my fellow delegates, the delegates of Brazil. Also, thank you so much for the compliment for saying that my human resources are good. And Singapore is succeeding in creating a conducive environment to in developing technology, especially in our education, because during the COVID-19 we are also having an HBL, home-based learning. It's like an online class, and it's not impossible for us to having a cooperation with Brazil because we already have a lot of cooperation with so many countries outside the Southeast Asian continent. So yes, we were looking forward to having a cooperation with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible answer, Republic of Singapore. Delegates, one more time, I would like to say that if you have any advice, opinion, or questions, you may now raise your placard. I acknowledge Republic of India, Republic of Cuba, and Kingdom of Thailand. First, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of India. You may now state your question, opinion, or advice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask a question to Brazilian delegation. Delegates of Brazil, my question will be about the COVID vaccine. Previously, the Brazilian government suspended the contract to buy India's vaccine called Covaxin. India has committed to work closely with Brazil to complete the approval process. Now, India is in negotiations with the COVID vaccine laboratory to Brazil. How is Brazil's negotiation in buying India's vaccine? Will the Zika be the same as Covaxin, which was previously also withheld even though it has agreed to a contract to buy 20 million doses? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Republic of India. Next, I would like to give it to the Republic of Cuba. You may now answer the question. You may now give your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask to the North Korea delegation. In the current condition where COVID appears in North Korea, is North Korea interested in the Abdala vaccine as alternative vaccine for the North Korea people? Because Abdala has been shown to be about 92.28% effective against COVID-19 in clinical trials, according to Cuba Pharma, the state-run biotech company. We think, after all, in the current condition, all countries need a vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Republic of Cuba. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to the Kingdom of Thailand. You may now give your question, advice, or opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask the delegates Republic of Indonesia. As a country in ASEAN whose economy improved first during the COVID-19 pandemic, considering that Thailand's economy is dominated by the tourism sector, has Indonesia allowed its citizens to travel abroad, especially Thailand, where many Indonesia people has visited Thailand? Thus, at least they can cooperate in economic recovery during this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Delegates, thank you for your questions. First, I would like to give the floor to the Federative Republic of Brazil to give their answer from the question from Republic of India. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam. Her Excellency, Minister Hana Gania, thank you for your question. Of course, Brazil will make regulation as easy and as good as possible. Regarding the suspension of the previously agreed contract, it is one of our domestic fallacies that must be discussed and analyzed more deeply. We do this provide the best result for all Brazilian citizens and also the Indian government. We are happy and respect this cooperation, and maybe we will discuss it again in the bilateral forum later. Muito obrigado.
Thank you for the answer, Federative Republic of Brazil. Next, the delegation of North Korea. You may now answer the question from the Republic of Cuba. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam. First, I as delegation of the North Korea that are very grateful and honored for Cuba concern for the problem that we have previously experienced. But for now, based on the current condition in which North Korea trusts our leader Kim Jong-un, and that the condition in our country are stable, and for health problem, we believe in traditional medicine. For now, we don't need vaccinate from Cuba, and Cuba can provide vaccine to country that need it more. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the answer. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Indonesia to give their answer from the Kingdom of Thailand. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your opportunity, Madam Chairwoman. Let me answer the question from the Kingdom of Thailand. Like I have said before in my statement, the Republic of Indonesia opened the door global cooperation as widely as possible. So let's strengthen cooperation between Indonesia and Thailand. The Indonesian embassy in Bangkok is also ready to facilitate increased trade economic cooperation through the links between the private sector of the two countries. So let's strengthen our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that the delegation of Republic of Indonesia would like to have a cooperation with the Kingdom of Thailand. Delegates, right now I will open another 3 countries to give their question, opinion, or advice. Please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Japan, Vatican City State, and Federal Republic of Germany. First, Japan, you may now stage your question, advice, or opinion. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to express my opinion to the United Nations. The first, looking forward, we need to build back from the COVID-19 pandemic and create a flexible yet resilient society where the SDGs have been achieved and a virtuous cycle of improvement and growth is generated. The ongoing crisis is heavily impacting the educations of children and the youth who shape the future. It is also affecting women, among others. In order to create a better and more inclusive society, there are some points that I consider to be of paramount importance. The first is the significance of the United Nations and multilateralism. The UN should be a forum where all the stakeholders engage constructively to respond to crisis and work together with transparency. While I greatly respect the activities and efforts of the UN thus far, I would also like to emphasize that the organization is in need of natural and fair governance more than ever. Second, I'm convinced that the current crisis must not jeopardize international peace and security. UN engagement in peacekeeping operation and peace building remains vital, based on the policy of proactive contribution to peace. Japan will continue to contribute to sustaining peace, drawing on its experience, including through our role in the Peace Building Commission, and engaging in strengthening institutions and building capacities. We also remain committed to the capacity building of peacekeeping personnel in collaboration with African and Asian countries. Third, we must not allow challenge against the rule of law in times of increasing uncertainties. The rule of law, as we ourselves set forth in the SDGs, is the foundation in order both domestic and international, and the very spirit which is the UN is built on. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your opinion, Japan. Next, I would like to call the Vatican City State to give their question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam, for the opportunity. I would like to deliver my question to delegate of Singapore. As we know that Vatican and Singapore is a small country, so my question is, when the economy is being shaken by the pandemic, does Singapore continue to provide financial or social assistance to other countries? If so, what is it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, delegation of Vatican City State. Last but not least, I would like to call Federal Republic of Germany to give their question, opinion, or advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. So the second question from Germany is going to the Republic of Finland. As we all know that Finland is one of the country with the best education system in the world. So, Delegate of Finland, I would like to ask, are there any changes to the curriculum or system in education in Finland after the pandemic period that might adjust to the new normal situation? This question was raised in the hope that it could be adopted by other countries in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible question. Delegation of Federal Republic of Germany. First, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Singapore to give their answer to the question from Vatican City State. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I would like to answer questions from my fellow delegates of Vatican about humanitarian aids that Singapore sent. We already sent it to the neighbor countries such as Indonesia and Myanmar. It's about medical supplement. And for countries like in ASEAN, we are realizing that the importance of stability in our region. So we were prioritizing our neighbor countries first, but we are also renew our loan commitments to support multilateral efforts to strengthen the capacity of the IMF. So I hope it can answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Finlandia to respond to the question from Federal Republic of Germany. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would answer from Germany. In Finland, the education system remains on the old curriculum because the country is a developed country where the education there has also applied the learning process to social media or e-learning. Even before this pandemic, students and parents are not facilities in terms of need in the learning process, but also pay attention to their mental health condition. Because the goal of education in Finland is peace and holistic understanding, where educators help students to find way learning for each learning person, self-management, and the existence of healthcare facilities provided by the school for students who really need it. They also use nature as a very good learning medium, which is often used, and it can be a healer for mental illness. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, Republic of Finlandia. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel. Would you like to respond to the opinion from Japan? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, the delegation from Japan. The United Nations will always be a multilateral forum to tackle this global pandemic. For example, in this pandemic, the United Nations is implementing a UN system-wide coordination process comprised of 23 United Nations entities working together to implement 3 distinct but complementary strategies. The United Nations has strengthened health response led by World Health Organization and a global network of partners, and guided by the updated COVID-19 strategic preparedness and response plans, which provide strategic, objective, and operational priorities for the continued delivery of a large-scale, coordinated, and comprehensive health response at the global level. So the United Nations body always stand neutral and support transparency to respond this crisis. And also the United Nations has always been focused in Sustainable Development Group or UN Sustainable Development Group, or UNSDG, under the coordination of the resident coordinator and the technical lead of the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, and guided by the United Nations Framework for the immediate socio-economic response to COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for the incredible response. Again, delegates, I would like to give to 3 countries that who would like to give their questions, opinion, or advice one more time. Please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Republic of Singapore, Kingdom of Spain, and Islamic Republic of Pakistan. First, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Singapore. You may now give your question, advice, or opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to propose my questions to the delegates of Indonesia, my neighbor country. First of all, I would like to appreciate Indonesia for the economic growth during the pandemic COVID-19. And I would like to ask Indonesia about the SMEs and MSMEs, how Indonesia can manage such populations and during the pandemic COVID-19 while still have their economic growth. And I would like to give Indonesia more focus on the SMEs, and please give me the recommendations of that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Kingdom of Spain to give their question, advice, or opinion. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for giving me an opportunity. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Secretary General Jeremy No. What efforts have been made by the United Nations in promoting economic cooperation, in promoting currency recovery? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegation of Kingdom of Spain. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to give their question, advice, or opinion. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I would like to ask to United States. So overall, the pandemic has caused huge global socio-economic disruption, which directly or indirectly affected the environment, which is it has an impact on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. As a big country who produces the most global emission, what kind of United States comprehensive response to the green environment to goal SDGs 2030, especially after this pandemic COVID-19? Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible question, Delegation of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Now I give the floor to the Republic of Indonesia to give their response to the statement or question from Republic of Singapore. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chairwoman. Let me answer a question from Republic of Singapore. The Republic of Singapore is asking about how Indonesia can handle or manage our economy. Our Minister of Investment, or BKPM, as the administrator of the country's business licensing, has provided a simple business registration system. And our system we call is Online Single Submission, or OSS. This online platform is integrated with other ministers and non-governmental agencies, such as the Directorate General of Taxes, General Legal Administration, and Population Administration. This is making arrangements of all required business licenses and registration simpler for business owners. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegation of Republic of Indonesia, for the answer. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel. You may now answer the question from the Kingdom of Spain. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, the delegation from Spain. The United Nations has cooperative action with others international economic regime like World Trade Organization and International Monetary Fund and the World Bank Group that provides clear targets and pragmatic action at a feasible cost to end the pandemic. The United Nations also implementing UN COVID-19 response and recovery multi-partner trust fund, which a UN interagency finance mechanism launched by the UN Secretary General to support low and middle income program countries in overcoming the health and development crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible question, the incredible answer, Mr. Secretary General. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor or the time to the United States of America to answer the question from Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, delegates of Pakistan, for the questions. United States on Biden's leadership has been recommended to the Paris Agreement on climate change. That we know the COVID-19 caused triggering health and economic crisis. Also, there is increases in extreme poverty in more than 20 years and across the environment. In order to executive order on tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad, President Biden clearly lays out this integrated approach with a mandate to facilitate planning and implementation cabinet secretaries of federal actions to reduce climate pollution, increase resilience to the impacts of climate change, protect public health, conserve our lands, waters, oceans, and biodiversity, deliver environmental justice, and spur well-paying union jobs and economic growth. Also, the Biden administration has taken some steps to position its international development investments through the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, the State Department Millennium Challenge Corporation, or MCC, and the United States International Development Finance Corporation, or USDFC. Within context of the SDGs, it has not yet signaled an embrace of the SDGs related to its domestic agenda. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you to all delegates. Now I call again 3 countries that who would like to give their question, opinion, or advice. Please raise your placard. I see the delegation of Republic of India, Republic of Cuba, and the United States of America. First, I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Republic of India. You may now state your question, advice, or opinion. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask a question to Secretary General, Mr. Jeremy Noel. Mr. Secretary General, my question will be about the framework of the United Nations. According to the theme given by the Chair regarding the comprehensive action carried out by the United Nations, then what effective response framework has the United Nations put into place? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Cuba to give their question, advice, or opinion. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask the question for North Korea again. If North Korea rejects all vaccines that have been proven efficient in all countries, both Moderna vaccine, Pfizer, and even Abdala, we know in the end we must always rely on ourselves, on our strength and abilities. But does North Korea guarantee the efficiency of the traditional medicine that North Korea has been using? Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Republic of Cuba. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to the USA, or United States of America, to give their questions, advice, or opinion. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would like to deliver my question to the delegates of China. Earlier on your statement, you said that the Chinese government decides on the dynamic zero-COVID policy according to its own circumstances. But we have learned that some people maybe have personally questioned this policy. So what's China would respond to this, and is there any impact to your sustainable development growth on your country? If there any, please tell us. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. delegation of the United States of America. Now I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Jeremy Noel, to give their answer to the delegation of Republic of India. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your question, the delegation from India. So the United Nations has made several effective strategic response for transformative and sustainable recovery due to this COVID-19 pandemic. Those are ensuring that essential health services are still available and protecting health systems. Secondly, protecting people and helping them cope with adversity through social protection and basic service. And then protecting jobs, supporting small and medium-sized enterprise and informal sector workers through economic response and recovery programs. And then guiding the necessary surge in fiscal and financial stimulus to make macroeconomic policies work for the most vulnerable and strengthening multilateral and regional response. And then promoting social cohesion and investing in community-led resilience and response system. Thank you.
Thank you for the response, Mr. Secretary General Jeremy Noel Sebastio. Next, I would like to call the North Korea to give their answer to the question from Republic of Cuba. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for delegation from Republic of Cuba. Since no doubt how many people are affected by the COVID-19, North Koreans are experiencing fever and disease symptoms that are generally not confirmed as a COVID-19. We are also making an accurate and successful anti-epidemic movement. But if COVID-19 makes it more serious, we will consider the Abdala vaccine and other vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, delegation of North Korea. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to the People's Republic of China to give their answer from the question of United States of America. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunities, Madam Chair, and thank you for the United States for the question. And I would like to answer the question with China's dynamic zero COVID policy is not aimed at realizing zero infection, but rather it bringing COVID under control at minimum social cost in the shortest time possible so as effectively protect the health, normal life and production of the 1.4 billion Chinese people to the maximum. I can give you an example. When cases were reported in Tianjin in January 2022, more than 10 million samples were taken with just 4 or 5 hours. Surgical lockdown was applied to the specific shops and residential building units concerned. The overwhelming majority of the Chinese population is most part of the country can enjoy normal life and production. The COVID-19 infection rate and mortality rate in China remains in the lowest in the world. According to an analysis published by The Lancet in March, global estimates for excess death indicate 18.2 million people may have died because of the COVID-19 pandemic, with the excess mortality rate estimated to be 100,000 deaths per 100,000 population globally, 179 for the US and 0.6 for China. Beginning from March this year, it is thanks to the dynamic zero COVID policy that China has withstood the severest test in COVID-19 prevention and control since the Battle of Divan Wuhan and achieved effective result at the current stage. The Chinese government COVID-19 policy can stand the test of history. Our science-based prevention and control measures have been proven to be effective. China is one of the countries with the most successful COVID-19 response in the world. This is a fact that witnessed by international community. And I can tell you clearly that no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, the Chinese government and people have every confidence in winning this hard battle. We have the foundation, that condition and the capability to achieve dynamic zero COVID pandemic. With regards to the different views of some people, and I'm convinced that dynamic zero COVID policy suits China best. Thank you.
Thank you for the amazing response, People's Republic of China. Once again, I will call 3 countries who would like to give their questions, opinion, or advice about these topics. If you have any questions, advice, or opinion, you may now raise your placard. I see the delegation of Vatican City State and Federative Republic of Brazil. First, I would like to give the floor to the Vatican City State to give their question, opinion, or advice. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam, for the opportunity. I want permission to ask another question to delegate of Germany. Okay, my question is, what is Germany doing to commit sustainable support for section of society and economic during this pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, delegation of Vatican City State. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Federative Republic of Brazil. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam, for the opportunity. I would like to deliver my question to delegation of Germany. My question is, as you have mentioned in your statement that Germany has did the international effort. So how was the international effort in the multilateral levels? Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Federative Republic of Brazil. I see there's 2 questions from 2 countries that are towards Federal Republic of Germany. Please, delegation of Federal Republic of Germany, you may now answer the questions.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and also thank you for the delegate of Vatican City State and also Brazil. So maybe I would like to answer first to the Vatican City State, asking about the section of society and economies. Is it right? I think it's right. So, okay, talking about the section of society and economies that hit particularly hard by COVID-19 pandemic. In internationally coordinated approach, the German government will use development cooperation funds to assist sections of society hit particularly hard by COVID-19 and to provide targeted assistance to the private sector, especially in the reform partner countries of German development. In this, German government will be guided by the 2030 agenda and the Paris Agreement. Germany also has focused on foreign trade and investment promotion and trade policy that will help German business to continue and set up projects and investment in the countries affected, as well as to take advantage of new opportunities in the trade market. In terms of trade policy, it will continue to urge the reform of the World Trade Organization. That particular, it will call for initiative to make it easier for developing countries to integrate into global trade. Maybe I next to the second question from delegate of Brazil.
Yes, you may now answer.
Thank you, Chair. So also thank you for delegate of Brazil for notice to my statement before. So talking about Germany effort in international action in multilateral level, so German government will use its membership of the UN Security Council as well as that of other UN organs and the G7 or G20 for an approach which places the United Nations and other multilateral organizations, especially the WHO, the International Monetary Fund or IMF, and the World Bank at the center of the effort to resolve the current crisis. The German government intends to continue fully supporting the WHO, which is the heart of the direct efforts to tackle the pandemic. It is working to greatly strengthen the WHO structure and its response capabilities politically, institutionally, as well as financially. The German government will actively help to shape lessons learned, process international pandemic preparedness. Humanitarian crisis will be aggravated by the socio-economic impact of the pandemic. So, the German government is therefore engaged both politically and financially in the COVID-19 response coordinated by the UN, including the WHO Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan. Thank you.
Thank you for the incredible response to the two questions from the Vatican City State and Federative Republic of Brazil. Once again, I call 3 countries who would like to give their questions, advice, or opinion about the topic that we're discussing today. Please, you may now raise your black card. I see the delegations of Vatican City State, Republic of Indonesia, and Republic of Singapore. First, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Indonesia. You may now state your question, advice, or opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chairwoman. Let me give question to the Kingdom of Thailand. Now, the world economy has entered to the third quarter curve. So how does the Thailand deal or handling economy sector in the third quarter? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Singapore to give their questions. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to propose my questions to the delegate of Vatican. As a small country in the Europe, I would like to ask Vatican how is the economy recovery, because Singapore mainly focused just only in our region because for the stability region. So I would like to ask you how Vatican economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to the Vatican City State to give their questions, advice, or opinion. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam, for the opportunity. This is my last question for the delegate of Russia. My question is, as a country involved in conflict, what is Russia doing to commit to sustainable development during this pandemic? Thank you.
I'm sorry, delegation of Vatican City State. The questions before have been asked by the United States of America. Would you like to give another questions to the Federation of Russia?
I'm sorry, Madam. I cancel my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, delegates. Now I will give the floor to the Kingdom of Thailand to give their answer from the question from the Republic of Indonesia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thailand has moved away from an agricultural economy and is developing as a newly industrialized country. This happened thanks to the Thai royal government very careful transformation strategy. We have achieved our new industrialization status by strategically shifting the economy towards technology products such as computer chips and auto parts components. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Now I would like to give the floor to the Vatican City State to give their answer from the Republic of Singapore. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam and Delegate of Singapore, for the question. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me answer this question. The Vatican City State is trying to recover its post-pandemic economy. Is it to cut spending in 2020 and focus on paying salaries, providing funds for church and foundation? To save money, we reduced events and activities by 75% and tied the budget for its diplomats around the world and made savings on its operation budget. We do not include budget for Vatican City, Vatican Bank, and museum in the country. In addition, we made a pay cut policy for cardinals to other nuns to struggle to balance financial book during the pandemic. It aims to protect the various jobs that are in progress to protect the faith of ordinary workers because we don't want to fire people in these difficult economic times. Our economic officer has also warned to use reserves of up to 40 million euros. I have this answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegation of Vatican City State. Thank you. Next, one last time, I would like to call 3 countries who would like to give their questions, advice, or opinion. Please, you may now raise your placard. I see there is none. Thank you to all delegates. I believe that is all that we can discuss on today's General Debate session. Thank you once again to all delegates for the incredible and insightful discussions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we all need a little dose of caffeine, so let's take a coffee break that has been prepared by the committee. I shall now adjourn the meeting and I will see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Bukan. Azan ini apa? Kak, abis asar aja ya, gentle reminder.
Oh, oke, baik. Oh, baik, baik, Pak.
Makasih. Diincar mulu nih tadi.
Jangan. Nih, Ipa dulu nih. Ipa yang mandi kita gini. Kan lagi Ipa. Boleh duduk di sini nggak sih?
Nanti dia kamu baca atau dia mau baca karena kan nggak ada printer. Nah, ya, tapi baca terus.
Simboliknya nanti Jeremy turun gitu apa? Mau turun apa gimana, Pak? Naik, kamu naik berarti. Ini Jeremy ke depan sini.
Iya,
Aku mau gentle reminder. 5 menit.
Excellencies, you may enter the lounge room and we will soon start our next session in 5 minutes. Thank you. Once again, honorable delegates and guests are welcome to go inside the auditorium and take your seats. Once again, delegates, you may enter the lounge room and we will soon start our next session in 3 minutes. Thank you.
aku cantik tapi kadang ngerasa kayak gitu. Oke. Pasti mana juga? Ya kan. Aku cantik.
Last reminder, honorable delegates and guests are welcome to go inside the auditorium and take your seats. Thank you.
Ngantuk kah? Tidak sabar ya guys. Tadi boy, udah bisa.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time to start the closing of today's simulation of the UN conference. Her Excellency, Ms. Diva Alia Maharani, you may begin the closing session.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, now I shall deliver the result of today's General Assembly made by the Rapporteur. Chair's report of the meeting and closing remarks. The United Nations Conference of Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 Pandemic, New York, Monday, 11th of July 2022, attended by 45 countries of the world. The COVID-19 crisis has exposed stark global inequities, fragilities, and unsustainable practices that predate this pandemic and have intensified its impact. The United Nations system mobilized early and comprehensively to the pandemic has revealed the deep fragilities of our world. To tackle these fragilities, we need to reduce inequality and injustice and to strengthen the bonds of mutual support and trust, aligned with some common principles, concrete and immediate action, a focus on leaving no one behind, and a commitment to inclusion. Now, it's the time to invest in multilateralism. If we stand together, we will rise together, we will recover better together. From the plenary 1 and 2, we could conclude that most of the countries presenting their statement that the COVID-19 pandemic that has occurred has had an impact on all kinds of aspects of life, from fields of economy, environment, human issues, and cultural change. The pandemic has become a threat to all sectors. The pandemic caused a global recession which triggered the economic crisis also related to the resources owned by countries. Not only that, the impact of the pandemic has had an impact on social sector referring to women, young children, and all groups. Humanitarian issues during the pandemic increased. It seems that increasing poverty, hunger, and humanitarian emergencies, there are also challenges and have an impact in the long term. Even though a pandemic occurs, environmental issues are still an important agenda because they are for long-term security. It doesn't stop there. The pandemic has caused cultural changes and new cultural adaptations, such as by utilizing and increasing use of technology in the field of education. By using technology, this is done as an effort to adjust behavior to health protocols set to suppress the spread of COVID-19 and maintain survival and a sense of security from threats. Cultural changes have also occurred in people's behavior patterns, such as occurrence of panic buying since the announcement of pandemic period, implementing the health protocol like physical distancing also. There are efforts by countries to develop and respond to the domestic COVID-19 pandemic. Each country innovates and increases development in the economic sectors. Countries focus on developing the digital economy in response to COVID-19, tracking, tracing, testing, and treatment, improving the health system on digital health for developed countries to develop vaccine and supply vaccines to developing countries for environmental issues. Countries are also committed to carrying out green economy and environmentally friendly economic activities, and also developing. And in the culture of countries in education through online learning, which has become a new culture. The COVID-19 pandemic that has occurred throughout the world has become a main topic of discussion on multilateral platforms and focuses on discussing how to deal COVID-19 together with a commitment to establish cooperative relationships and strengthen cooperation. In hope for further vaccination runs evenly, economic cooperation is needed by providing assistance to developing countries, cooperation in the health sectors by supplying medical equipment, and a commitment to carrying out environmentally friendly economic activities. The general debate consists of 22 countries discussing, asking for recommendations and solutions regarding their adversity facing the hardships of post-pandemic. This general debate session proved that despite of the difference of upbringings and background of the countries of the world, the debate session went peaceful and each countries are supportive towards each other to contribute to the recovery attempt to make a world a better place after the pandemic. This United Nations Conference on Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 Pandemic provides a framework of leveraging the power of unity in support of a better socio-economic recovery and a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable future. Strategies to support a recovery that benefits everyone, as well as actions that researcher funding agencies, governments, and civil society organizations and UN entities can act upon it. Furthermore, we could see that every countries have been helpful towards each other. As the representative of Indonesia, let me ask in favor of support from each and every one of you for the G20 in November 2022 that will be held in Indonesia. We hope that through G20 we could proceed to discuss to more elaborate and better recommendation and solutions for us to recover together for after the COVID-19 pandemic. See you on Bali, Indonesia on November. Finally, as chairs, I would like to ensure that the proceeding and outcomes of the meeting are clearly recorded so that the reports can provide immediate value to the organizers and attendees of the conference. I will proceed to report to the UN Secretary General, Mr. Jeremy Noel. Excellencies, it is now the end of this year's General Assembly. I would like to thank you all of the speakers for sharing their views and statements. I would like to extend the gratitude to all the participants who came today. I hope that the resolutions that we have concluded from today's meeting will benefit all of us in combating the COVID-19 pandemic in the new normal era. That is all from me and the chair members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chairperson. That remarkable report concludes our simulation of UN conference for today. As a symbolic gesture, I invite the Secretary General and Madam Chair to the stage in order to give the final report of the meeting to the Secretary General. For documentation team, you may take a photo. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause for our Secretary General and our Madam Chair. With this, the simulation of UN conference of the UN conference on comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic is officially closed. Congratulations to all the students. Your hard work this semester has been paid off. I bet that is a great experience for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere yet before we are going to take a picture of each country with your placards or flags in the front of the stage together. Excellencies, before we take a picture, we shall hear the closing statement from our Secretary General of the UN Conference, Mr. Jeremy Noel Sebastio. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My thanks again to all the delegation members who have traveled this road with us on the ideas in our common agenda. We have benefited enormously from your feedback and look forward to continuing in the same collaborative spirit. I also thank the many external stakeholders who participate in the consultations to give us their views and perspective on current and future challenges. And most of all, my deepest gratitude to the chairwoman, vice chair, and staff members of the General Assembly for so effectively bringing us all together.
Excellencies, we are clearly at a vital moment for multilateralism. The pandemic is more than a health crisis. It is an economic crisis, a humanitarian crisis, a security crisis, and a human rights crisis. It has affected us as individuals, as families, and as societies. The crisis has highlighted fragilities within and among nations. It is no exaggeration to suggest that our response will involve countries that have not received their fair share of vaccines against COVID-19 remain at high risk from the pandemic. The problems before us are not insurmountable, but they are unprecedented in their complexity, gravity, and urgency. Meanwhile, the fundamental principles that guide us are steadfast in their simplicity, clarity, and permanence. I hope we can move ahead with this as quickly as possible. We cannot afford to be distracted or deterred from our essential work by the current crisis. The solutions we propose are intended precisely to prevent such crises by protecting the viability of multilateralism from the attacks of recent years. The Common Agenda reports remind us that the United Nations itself is a global public good, the embodiment of the multilateral mindset we need if we are to solve our biggest problems. Now, our common agenda is now in your hand, and I look forward to working close with you. And on behalf of the members of the state, I shall declare the meeting is finally closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your incredible speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for we are going to take a picture of each country with your placards and or flags in front of the stage. Delegates are invited to take a picture in the front of the stage.
Teman-teman boleh maju, kita foto di depan yuk. Bawa plakar sama bendera kalian ya.
Satu menit ya. Ya, atau foto aja dulu.
Hayu merapat hayu.
Ya Bira. Kan aku bilang Bir jangan ditaruh situ Bir. Ganti rugi. Pai. Hah?
I'll give comments on the count of 3. Nanti dalam hitungan ketiga katakan diplomasi ya. 1. Oh belum. Dalam hitungan ketiga say diplomasi. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Diplomasi. Let's take a video on the count of 3. Say diplomacy. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Delegates, you may take a seat.
Teman-teman, jangan pulang dulu, kita mau ada evaluasi ya teman-teman. Mohon duduk di tempatnya kembali. Terima kasih.
Bisa evaluasi dulu gak? Evaluasi dulu. Ini Pak Sunten mau ngomong.